Testing, testing.
All right. We will get this working session meeting to order here and start with the roll call from our clerk.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Haas.
Here.
Commissioner Labar,
Here.
Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Here.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Thank you, Ashley. Now is our first opportunity for public participation. You have 1 minute at the working session for public comment. You will have 3 minutes prior to the board meeting directly after this working session meeting. Is there anyone here in person with public comment? Would you please come forward at this time? Great. All right. Seeing none, our board director, do we have anybody online?
We do not, Chair.
Okay, great. I would then turn to our county administrator if they have any update at this time.
No report this evening.
Great. And to our BOC liaison.
No report tonight, Chair. I was going to be prepared, but I was not, so apologies.
Okay, great. y- Well, regardless, we appreciate the information. So we'll move then to our first discussion item of three, and we're fortunate to have Shona Taruza, the Executive Director over at Alpha House. She and Dan Kelly from the Shelter Association have given us updates on sheltering once a month. And Shona, we would turn it over to you to sort of walk us through whatever you would like to share, and then ask any questions at the end of your presentation, if that's all right.
You can hear me now? Great. That's my clicker, so it's this way. Good evening, everyone. So the last time I was here was September last year, and I told you all I was super worried about what this winter would look like with the people that we expected to come to our doors. And we were right to be worried, and we are very grateful for all your support. And I want to share with you some of the impact the money that you gave us, not only this winter, but previous winter had on what we do. And so in the winter of 23-24, you remember that there was winter money allocated. Unfortunately, it only got out in April, but at the same time, we were able to make good use of that money. It was split half between sheltering and half between rapid rehousing. So we decided to take the whole amount of that $125,000 and use it for direct client assistance, all of it. This meant that we paid security deposits, moving costs, anything else that was a barrier between families getting housing. We drew the 8 families from the Community Housing Prioritization List, the CHIP list, and we still have 6 of them out in the community right now. We call them the BOC families. So what's important is that those 8 families were housed, which means that this winter, we didn't see them in our system, in our shelter. So the other half of the money we used to continue the structural improvements in preparation for this coming winter. And there was a lot of work that went into this winter. We had to do a surprise upgrade on our fire suppression system. We knew that we needed to have bathroom upgrades because of the volume of people that we were anticipating. Security system, of course, plumbing issues, and a bunch of other stuff. We also used some of it for staffing, and then also to buy equipment, a whole bunch of camp beds, bedding, screens, all sorts of stuff for the lower level. And then we also paid for some hoteling because we did some renovations to the existing wing in preparation for winter, and we needed to move the residents out, so hoteling covered some of that. So that was winter 23-24. So then in 24-25, which kicked off on the 13th of November, we welcomed our first Weather Amnesty family, and they kept coming steadily after that. We hosted, probably it's gone up a little bit since then, but 47 families. The majority came to us in December and January. There was one time we had 20 families in that basement, as well as in family rooms, the computer room, and the normal shelter rooms. We decided to just roll with it, and I hired extra temp staff to try and help us with the large volumes of people. It was pretty tough going because we were expecting a lot of people, but we hadn't expected that many. And a lot of them came with issues. We found that we had a significant number with undiagnosed or untreated mental illnesses. There are a significant number of children on the spectrum. We were able to provide a stable environment for them to some degree, such that they were able to enroll in school and get transportation from Alpha House to the schools. And so at the peak, we had 55 individuals in just the Weather Amnesty program. This is not the regular shelter program. So there were 55 in the Weather Amnesty, as well as the 14 rooms. We were able to open them in December. And so to give you context, I think I've already shared this, Alpha House has typically only hosted 6 families at a time. And so we expanded 14 rooms in addition to, at the max, 20 Weather Amnesty families. So that's a lot of people in our building. And so the funding that you all provided was used to bring in the extra staff to take care of the ongoing needs as far as case management, hooking people up with applications, getting them the Hawk assessments, all that fun stuff. So some of the lessons we learned in winter 24-25, just from what we were seeing, I thought I'd share it with you all just so you get a picture of, what we saw. 7 families had 4 or more children. And the reason why I raise that is because it's hard for families that size to get into hotel rooms, especially if they are single parents, and 6 of them were single parents. And so I'm sharing that because we're going to be applying for a master lease program to have houses to be able to house larger families, hopefully by next winter. So 7 of those families were youth, meaning that they were under 24 years old. And what we clearly saw this winter is that there's a significant difference between mothers who are 18, 19, 20, and mothers who are older. And the younger moms need a lot more attention and support and mentoring because they're kids. And so I just wanted to name that. Most of the referrals came to us through Hawk and DHS. We did have some drop-ins, but we tried to work within the system as much as possible. What we learned is that next winter, we're going to have the staff ready. I had been trying to go with just volunteers as much as possible this winter. Now I know I need to have the staff because there's a lot of interpersonal conflicts and stuff that happens when you got a lot of people on site. Not only do you get interpersonal conflicts, there's also diseases tend to spread a lot faster. So we did the best we could, given that it was a peak of flu, COVID, RSV, norovirus season. We found a lot of staff were getting ill, including myself at one stage. And we had to, get more floaters on board for the staff who needed to take the time off. But we also realized that we should get ahead of it next time and have a nurse come and give all of us, even the staff, our vaccinations on site. And then also be available to help with any special needs that any of the residents have. We also know, without going into too much detail, that we need to have a plumber on call in the same way. That was an ongoing issue that drove me crazy every time I'd hear there was a blocked toilet. Anyway, the other lesson we learned is that we depend a lot on food gatherers and donations of food, but we were going through milk and juice like every other day. Someone was having to make a Maya run. And so I ended up just signing up for Maya delivery just to make it easier on all of us. So 23, 24, and that was 24, 25. We're now looking ahead to what we can do next winter. And so none of this is guaranteed. This is just the direction I'm going to. Maybe I'm going to manifest it by presenting it to you all. But we need to do a couple of things. First of all, we need to continue the renovations at the Jackson Road shelter. We have some money to paint the exterior of the building. We need to hustle and figure out where we can get funding for flooring. We need to do some drywall work. We need to figure out the roof. We need to see if we can get laminate in the lower level where all the families were this winter. It'll be so much easier to keep things clean that way. We also have applied for the MDHHS Master Lease Program. They released $7 million worth of funding, and that's for the whole state. But we wanted to bring some of those houses to Washtenaw County for those larger families that we welcomed this winter. They'd have done so much better if they had privacy. So we've put in our application for the 6 houses. And then we also have the hotel program that I think I spoke about last time, where we partnered with CMH. And part of that includes some diversion funds. So this is what we're hoping to be able to offer to the community. Oh, I forgot the most important part. We're working towards another shelter site. I can't share too much about it at this stage, but I'm hoping that something comes up before winter. I'm hearing that things are sounding promising. So I think that's everything for as far as the presentation goes. So if you had any questions.
Thank you. We do have a few questions. We'll go to Commissioner Somerville, then Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and providing us with an update. It's really exciting to kind of see what worked and what needs improvement going into next winter. I appreciate you highlighting just how complex the larger family scenarios are. I think there are similar circumstances too when we're even trying to rehouse folks with that number of folks in their family. I'm excited about what I didn't realize that MDHHS had that opportunity for master leases, so that's exciting. And you all already applied for that? Okay, Cool. And then, I guess I know that we've had conversations offline about the renovations and the search for an east side space, so I'm excited to keep, help me, like, just support that. In terms of the state grant that we got, for the county that hasn't been implemented yet, do you, if you had to choose, like, with the current circumstances, would it be more helpful if, like, the 9 of us got to a place where we could use some of that to help with the renovations, or would it be more helpful if we didn't do that and just focused on that bucket, that one-time grant funding for a future East Side Center?
I would say the East Side Center.
Okay.
You know, we can figure out the Jackson Road location. We've been doing that for since 2001. And we can hustle, and I've got some promising leads for help. It's difficult to know the timing of all of that. But as soon as I know more, I'll share more, and, you know, we can make a judgment from that point.
Awesome. Yeah, and then the only other comment I'll make is, I don't know if staff has received a communication yet from the state budget office to initiate the contract, but it takes a couple months, like, once the paperwork gets submitted, and you get like the first half, and then later you get the second half. So, sometimes that can be a little complicated just because of the size of the budget office that implements all of the state grants and how long it takes to process all of that. So it sounds like maybe the two might emerge at the same time.
Hopefully.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. Well, thank you for being here and for
Thank you.
everything that you do.
Go to Commissioner Sanders.
Um, I appreciate the presentation today. I actually had an opportunity to visit Alpha House this week. And it's not the first time that I've been there, but it is the first time I've had a tour. So I wanted to talk about a couple of things. I wanted to first thank you for your efforts to try and maintain the dignity of the people who are in need of housing. The additional refrigeration that you've provided for them so that they have their own containers that are labeled for their family, for the items that they eat or have dietary needs for. I thought that was lovely. In addition to the general refrigeration that you have and the meals that are available. I have personally had 2 families be emergency housed by you in the last 3 months, and I am beyond grateful for that. And one of them was a large family, I think 6 people in total. And as you say, it's almost impossible to find a hotel space that would accommodate them. And I feel like it was even more important that as a commissioner, when a constituent or a resident asks you for help and you attempt to do that, to find agencies that will help you keep your word. Not a promise, but keep your word that you would do what you could to help them. So I am internally appreciative of that. I also know that the need is there. Having looked at the living quarters that they are in, knowing definitely that you need laminate. You know, when you talk about the families and the children and some of the special needs of the children, you know, that encompass things like not necessarily being potty trained, or even if you are being potty trained, you know, maybe because of some behavioral issues, you have accidents.
Right.
And accidents don't go well with carpet.
Nope.
They do go well with laminate and bleach and cleaner.
That's right.
But when you have people, when you explained to me the space and I saw the space, and then you layered on that you actually had more beds that you had to make available during the winter, it was a crowded space to be a whole family with, you know, 7 or 8 other families that are numbered somewhere between 3 and 6 or 7.
Mhm.
And so I feel like what I was able to witness was literally you squeezing blood out of a turnip.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty
Um,
accurate.
And the financial information that I received about, what you were working with, or should I say, what you didn't have to work
Mhm.
is important. I understand that, we have systems that are in place. But I think I've said this before, when you are facing a family that is in desperate need of shelter and there are children involved. I don't know about anybody else, but I don't really care about the rules. I need them to be taken care of.
Right.
And that's what I saw during the visit. I was so touched that I actually made a phone call to a colleague in the county to see what other supports we could try and get for you. And I'm hopeful that they will be responsive to that. And I don't know, I said out loud the other day that I would love to see us utilize some of the resources that we put into these homeless breakfasts and luncheons, where we talk about the research and the numbers into a real life simulation experience for those of us that may talk about it, but we have never experienced it before. We haven't seen it, and we're really not chomping at the bit to see it.
Right.
We just look at it on paper and say, okay, we threw some money over there, they should be good. Until you've actually been through that experience, we assume that somebody has a phone
Mhm.
that they can actually call. That they can actually call the number for the office that is supposed to be able to route people to the appropriate agency. I hate to even say their name. That's a huge assumption that somebody that's hanging on by a thread has a phone. And we don't have a physical location for people to be able to go into. And so I really would like to see us as a board support a real life simulation where you actually see what it's like to have to go from one station to another station to experience, okay, my job closes at 5 and I've got to be out here before 5 to get in, but the bus takes me 45 minutes. These are all the things that we don't think about. Getting on a bus with a family of 6 people and all of your worldly belongings. I had to ask for help today to bring in a stupid cake. So I just wanted to say I really appreciate the work that you do, the commitment, your staffing. I had the opportunity to meet one of your residents who is blessed to have, received a house now. But as she shared with us, this was not her first experience with being homeless. And she just seemed like she was in a better place and very appreciative of what was there for her. And we also talked a little bit about what happens when you've got young women who become pregnant and they then automatically are no longer eligible to stay at a place like Ozo. And so we have to have some reliable transition place for them to go. And I think that, master leases would be one way of helping, but as you said, based on their age, they're not mature enough. They need someone to hold their hand and to lift them up, and they're babies themselves.
Mhm.
And now they're gonna be having a baby.
Right.
But I think the one thing that I walked away with that was most crucial was when I asked you, what is the time limit for them to be able to stay here? And there isn't one. Because I couldn't imagine having a nice warm place to be and then somebody telling me I got 3 months to figure out my whole life situation and I gotta leave. Where am I gonna go? So I know that was a whole dissertation, but I needed to put that 2 cents in. I was very touched by what I saw, and you definitely need support. The roof, the laminate, the siding, absolutely, which is external, but still. And I can't imagine what would happen if you had half of your toilet stuffed up, because they're not used to the volume. The system is not
No.
set up for the volume. So I appreciate you bringing this to us and taking the time to tour me around, and show me the things that you needed. And I'm not done reaching out to find other people to help you. Sometimes I think it's easier to get help when you have other help coming as well.
Right.
So I appreciate your work and I appreciate your staff. So thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate you taking the time to come and see with your own eyes, what the situation was.
Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Ruza at this time? If not, just one, would you and Dan Kelly from the Shelter Association be open, instead of meeting again with an update at our working session in April, perhaps trying to get something in May or even June with sort of a recap from this winter season to sort of help the 9 of us be as strategic as possible heading into 25, 26, to get a sort of a full perspective of what you learned. Is that something you're open to?
Absolutely. And I just want to add that even though winter's over, we still offer emergency shelter as a drop-in for anyone. When the heat index goes super high, the air quality is bad, or there's a tornado warning like tonight, we still do an emergency. The doors are open, anyone can come anytime. So it's not over
For-
completely yet.
Forgive me, you mentioned a tornado warning.
Tonight.
Uh, I was not aware of that, so I will be on the lookout, but that's a great
You're
point.
going till
And
10 o'clock, so you might have to wrap up the main session early.
Gotcha. You did mention one quick thing. Technically, the winter sheltering ends April 1st in terms of how we quantify the season. Is that right?
We say it ends, we're still gonna have people because we haven't been able to figure out next steps for them. And like I said, if it gets cold, we're back on track, back on with the same program.
Okay.
So we try and talk about wrapping it up, but really no. The volume goes down, will go down, hopefully.
Good to know, though, that you're sort of on call to handle in the moment a weather-related need. But that also probably speaks to the limitation of resources that you can be expected to have. So thank you. We really appreciate being informed here, and we'll look to have you back in a few months to glean some bigger lessons learned.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Move then to item B, and I'd like to ask Melissa Bristle to come forward. I've been informed by Commissioner Beaman that it's correctly pronounced Bristly. and
Yes, it is.
Um,
It's a tough one. It's okay.
apologize about that.
Your
You are
first name
here
is
on
correct.
behalf of the Farm Bureau. Ashley, you helped set this up at I believe, the inquiry of Commissioner Beaman, and I'll turn it over to you then.
Hi, good evening. My name is Linda Horning, and I am the co-chair of the Washtenaw County Farm Bureau Promotion and Education Committee. And Belisa and her girls are part of the committee, so they came to help me tonight. Our committee is the agriculture education arm of the County Farm Bureau. What we'd like to do is not only promote agriculture, but educate, kids at school or at field trips, or even families at the fair. Agriculture is Michigan's second largest industry. Some do not realize that, and has a very significant economic impact to the state. In addition, Michigan is the second most agriculturally diverse state in the nation, with over 300 commodities, different commodities produced. And we're fortunate here in Washtenaw County that we produce quite a bit of variety as well. I'm not sure any of you are aware, but on Tuesday was National Ag Day. So was March 18th this year. I believe the governor again this year promoted as ag as a whole month of March. So we have different promotions throughout Washtenaw County at libraries and the sort. So anyways, we brought a basket of goodies that we're gonna put out the hall for anybody, you know, the commissioners or the public that would like to sample some of the Washtenaw ag products, and we have some little information, so you know where they're from, including about Washtenaw County. I don't know if there's any.
Do
Any
you have
questions?
time for any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Beaman, then Commissioner Sanders?
Mine is less of a question and more of a thank you. Agriculture is so important for our state, for our families, for our children. I make the joke that I like to eat. That's the only way that we eat are our farmers. And I know that I'm dedicated to helping our local farmers and preserving our farmland as we can. So thank you so much for coming out and speaking today.
No, well, definitely, thank you for having us, appreciate it.
Great. Commissioner Sanders?
If I am not a farmer or familiar with farming,
Okay.
how would you explain to me what the Farm Bureau does?
Ugh.
As, pretend like I'm 5.
Okay, how much time do you have?
I think they would like for it not to take too long,
Well,
but
overall, there's
like if
many.
we were in the elevator together,
Okay.
what would you
There's
tell?
many aspects of Farm Bureau. So probably with 5, I would probably just start with our committee of the promotion and education, which is basically what it says, promotion education. So like at the fairs, we have games to learn about Michigan and Washtenaw County agriculture. We donate books to the library each March that are agriculture accurate.
Okay.
You know, we want to get the right information out there. What else do we do? We host a Treat of Ag, which is a free event at the Farm Council grounds. It's the 3rd Tuesday of October, and there the kids sample ag products. So we have popcorn, we have apples, we have pumpkins they can take home, we have stickers of like eggs, because we're not, you know, necessarily handing out eggs.
Right.
And we have a photo booth there and hay mazes with different ag information, color books, and that's that sort of thing. So
Are there any particular services that farmers utilize you most for? Is that even a question?
that's a question, yes. As far as our specific committee,
Your existence. So I mean,
yeah, I
it's the
mean-
Farm Bureau benefits farmers in what ways? I think I'm so used to Farm Bureau, like Farm Bureau insurance.
right,
Right.
So that's only a little part. Yeah, there's separate part. I would say the legislation
Okay.
branch, because we do have big legislation that it starts roots up from the
Mhm.
county to the district to the state level
Okay.
every year, and we have a policy book that I think about bringing, but that we do take to Lansing and talk to legislators on that. Just in February, there was a legislation day that members could go to and talk to their representative or senator and learn what's hot topics and talk to them about, you know, things in their district to help. Because though you're well versed, you
Mhm.
might not know everything, you know, and to just say how things are really affecting us or what we contribute and that sort of thing. So legislation, unfortunately, is not my strong suit. So I like that they're able to do that for me and explain it to me.
So one last thing. So I won't say any names because I'm sitting in between 2 people.
Okay.
If there were a wannabe farmer or wannabe chicken herder that hasn't quite started out doing that yet, could they come to the Farm Bureau for guidance or assistance?
Yes. What I would suggest would be to start to call the County Farm Bureau office, and we actually have like a directory, it's an official directory of the different farmers. So they might say, oh, you know, this person knows
Okay.
chickens or whatever, or we have you reach out for extension for some things and yeah, I mean,
Thank you for that.
yeah, that
would say
makes
I-
sense.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would just add that it's not just for children. but adults as well, to
Mhm.
understand where does our food come from? How does it start? And what equipment is needed, you know, the whole process of how do we produce this commodity, and then how does it get shipped? How does it get on the store
Mhm.
shelves? You know, the food doesn't just come from the grocery store.
Right.
And when we do it through games that adults are there and hear it for the
Mhm.
kids, it kind of
Mhm.
educate them without them knowing it.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other?
Go to Commissioner Light.
I would like to say I am a very proud member of the Farm Bureau.
Yep, I think I emailed with
and-
you a couple of
Yes,
times last year,
yes.
yeah.
And there are also additional benefits so when I log in for like travel.
Yeah, there's member benefits. Yeah.
Different for like farming equipment, and there's always like little discounts and just it's a lot of stuff. And I have utilized it. It is very beneficial.
Good.
And I am she that is going to become a farmer. It's in the works. So she was referring to me. And I am already a member, and I am aware of what services that are available to me, and she's gonna become a member too, because she's gonna learn how to, we don't sell these eggs like it's drugs.
Well, good.
So, but thank you for coming out.
Well, thank you.
And we appreciate you all, and I am, like I said, a very proud member.
I don't see any other questions. I just have one. In a nutshell, it's my understanding generally farmers and folks in agriculture like predictability, long-term planning, sort of a sense of a season ahead. We're in a bit of a time of uncertainty in this country, and I'm wondering, are you hearing that feedback at all as it relates to lack of a farm bill, impact of tariffs, or I think there was a local food program that was recently cut or eliminated that helped spur some of that local use of the farm products. Is that percolating at all in circles you are in, or is that just in others?
I was gonna say, farming is a very risky industry, or agriculture can be. I definitely would say farmers don't do it necessarily to make a dollar. They do it because they love it.
It's
Like,
a passion.
Yeah, it's their heritage, their family's legacy. Both of us are from Centennial Family Farms, so it's definitely something that's very important. Input costs are continuously increasing, and the cost to sell the products is decreasing. So it definitely, yeah, there's a lot of concern and uncertainty with markets. Got to have a lot of faith
Yeah.
to farm.
Faith and passion.
Mhm.
Yeah, I haven't heard any more than you, maybe just a little more than usual, but yeah.
Mhm.
And one of the stats I like here is 95% of the farms in Washtenaw County are family owned. So they're not businesses. I'm the 5th generation. I married into the farm. I did not grow up anywhere near a farm or in Michigan. But 2 of my 3 kids are back home on the farm. The other one teaches ag elsewhere, but so they're the 6th generation, and one has kids, and they're already talking about him being the 7th generation. It's not a year yet, but it's in them. We didn't encourage them, but they love it. They would not do anything else. So, and it's not for the money. I mean, you need money to live as well, but it's a passion that they all have. I mean, I have some, but you know, not
Okay, I
like
brought
them.
my daughters are 6th
Yeah.
generation for our farm.
So,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a lot to know, yeah.
thank you. I think that was a very useful answer, and I appreciate it. And I might have spurred an additional question from Commissioner Robbie.
I was spurred.
Thank
you.
Should we be afraid?
Is that a farming term? I don't know. So I was just gonna briefly say the comment that you made about family farms, that's a really good statistic. Obviously, you said 95%. My understanding is just generally that there is a reduction nationally in family farms, and that there's this move towards large agribusinesses owning more land and more farms and buying up small farms. that is obviously a trend that very much is concerning to me as somebody who is not connected to the farm community, other than when I go to the grocery store and buy food. And I would like for as much of my food to not be controlled by 2 mega corporations or 5 mega corporations, and more of the land and crops to be controlled by local farmers. I think you said that you're in a Century Farm, and that's cool stuff. I mean, so how do we, you know, in Washtenaw County, there are some things that we're really trying. I've used to serve in the legislature, and when I talk to some of my colleagues about the work that we do here around farmland preservation, people are like, whoa, really, Washtenaw County? Because in Lansing, they think of Washtenaw County as like, you know, it's just Ann Arbor.
Just Ann Arbor.
You know?
Yeah.
And so they're like, wow, that's cool. Like, you're actually taxing yourselves to purchase development rights so that farmers can actually stay farming. And the city's doing that, and the county's doing it, and we're pulling in all these resources to do that. So I guess 2-part question. The first part is, what can we do to help support family farms? And the second piece of that is, one way that I know we're already doing it is around this farmland preservation thing, but is Farm Bureau connected at all with helping to promote the opportunities that the county has for farmers to apply to have their development rights purchased by the county for farmland preservation? And I know that Commissioner Light, who spoke just a little bit earlier, she's our representative on that board that makes those decisions. So obviously but just wondering Farm Bureau's connection to that, and then broadly, what can we do to protect family farms in our county?
I was gonna say, definitely, yeah, any funding that can go into conservation easements, purchasing development rights is amazing. That helps to preserve that farmland indefinitely. So that's vital. I'm not sure if Farm Bureau has a hand in that, other than just supporting.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Um,
specifically, but if, you know, they do offer help to those who need it and talk about the different programs that are out there, because there are a lot that you might know about, and
I mean, I think.
PA
it'd be cool.
116 is a
Yeah,
good,
PA
yeah.
116, that's another one.
And I know they've worked with like young farmers that don't have the family farm and older farmers that don't have the family, trying to meet up. And I think there's some other organizations that really have more of a process on that we'll probably refer to more, because we're kind of new at it, but
So kind of building that
Yeah.
generational pipeline too. Of,
exactly, because some just don't have that. We actually bought a farm from my mother's side, my husband's mother's side of the family that didn't have heirs, but we were able to purchase it to help us with our farming as well. So it's in the family kind of, but not everybody has that.
Yeah. No, that all makes sense, I think. And I would just say any opportunities that Farm Bureau has to connect farmers to our easement program, I think would be good. And, you know, obviously we're churning those out in a pretty quick pace. We always have them coming through, you know, Crystal's committee and then to Parks. And it's just, you know, really good to have farmers that are interested, knowledgeable about the program and applying. So through your networks and stuff like that, I think just getting the word out. And if there are other opportunities that we have as the county to protect family farms, would love to see that number grow from 95% to 100%, or
And that'd be nice.
at least not reduce down from 95%. It's a really good number already.
Yeah.
So what
yes.
can we do to help support those family
Right,
farms?
or at least keep the farm number the same, because I know we've lost a lot of farms in the last 10 years.
Yeah,
as
that
well,
too,
so
right.
it might be the 95% still stays, but the
That's a good
the
point.
overall farm has gone down. But Crystal, if you're ever want to reach out to us, or, you know, the Farm Bureau office, as co-chair of the P&E, I am on the board. I do sit on the board, and there's some that's more their wheelhouse, but so we would be happy to work with you on that and help other farmers know that might not know.
I'll say, can we do a quick plug for Project Red?
We could.
So one last comment.
It-
We'll make it quick.
Don't be rushed. There might be additional questions, but please.
Ready to host their 35th annual Project Red, which is Rural Education Days. It's a 3-day event. Washtenaw County is the only county in the state of Michigan that holds it for 3 days. And we are having just shy of 2,000 third graders from all over Washtenaw County.
We have all districts represented as a SEER.
Yes, come to the Washtenaw farm council grounds, and they get to do a walkthrough and experience so many different aspects of agriculture that the state of Michigan is able to provide. There's the commodity walkthrough where they get to taste
Yeah.
samples of ice cream.
Oh, the
and
taste of
popcorn.
Michigan. Yeah.
Blueberries and cherries, all the goodies. They go to a dairy session.
They have a dairy barn, yep, and then we have an animal barn as
Yep.
well as water quality, water
Yeah.
conservation, so.
So,
Yeah, Washtenaw County started it 35 years ago. 30 other counties have gone back and forth doing them. A lot have stopped if you were going to go again, but it was actually went nationwide after Michigan too. So
You're right.
it's a great program. So
That's
yeah,
how we
if
have to.
anyone has questions on that, reach
Yeah.
out to the Farm Bureau office and we can walk you through maybe one of the days, people.
Yes.
I'd say this discussion of food has reignited Commissioner curiosity here, so.
We'll be scooping ice cream.
She's on the-
So if you
w-
come.
With, I saw in order that I saw Commissioner Robbie, then Light, then Sanders.
Oh, wow. Well, I'll just keep mine quick. And actually this sort of maybe even is something that Jay can help with the discussion on, but, for our next presentation, but, it occurred to me too in our conversation about supporting, Washtenaw County and family, farms that, obviously the county does some food procurement itself, through the county jail and maybe other facilities as well. And I know, it just occurs to me that maybe there's an opportunity to support, and buy local, so to speak, buy from our Washtenaw County farmers. I know that we do have a pretty diverse agricultural crop in our county from the tours of ag communities that I've done over the years, but I think it'd be a cool connection to have if we're having some, and I know that Jay has
Absolutely.
actually done a lot of work on that. So maybe Jay can talk a little bit more about that too, but just a thought that I had,
Mhm,
and I'm putting it out there.
absolutely.
Go to Commissioner Light, then Sanders.
I was also just thinking of a suggestion of maybe connecting with WISD as they are looking for new CTE programs, their vocational. And agriculture is one, and so maybe connecting and partnerships, and so that we can bring more agriculture into the schools, not just for our upper grades, but beginning in our preschool through, on up. And so if we can begin to push some agriculture through our schools, that would be wonderful. So maybe we can get connected and do some partnerships, and I would love for us all to get together.
That'd be great. That's actually one of the subtopics our committee is working on this year is careers in agriculture. If people
Yeah,
just
we have
think
to
farmer,
connect
that we have
soon,
food
yeah.
processing, all that we have,
Transportation and logistics.
yeah,
Yes.
a booklet with different stuff. And we're actually going to a college career fair to Pioneer in April to kind of discuss different, you like this, you can,
Yeah.
it's still ag or whatever, but yeah, I didn't think of WISD, so.
Yeah, so
we'll-
I'll be meeting with them
reach out.
soon, and I'll be passing along your information.
That'd be great.
And so you will probably be hearing from them very soon.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Commissioner Sanders.
I shot my hand up too quick before I realized what I was about to say related to that lovely basket
Oh.
would not be appropriate, and they would roast me in the news. So I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay.
hold I'm not gonna suggest that you leave it here. I'm gonna allow you to put it out in public.
Okay.
This is just one of several we have.
yes, we have
So
a
we've brought
variety.
plenty
We're trying to.
share.
And thank you for bringing it. Thank you for your time tonight. Any last commissioner questions? Thank you so much for your time
Welcome, and
and
if questions come
presentation.
up, just reach out to the office and they'll get a hold of us.
Great.
Thank you.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move into item C. We had Jay Gerhardt mentioned initially by Commissioner Robbie, but she is kind enough to be with us tonight for what is roughly an annual touch base with the Food Policy Council. And Jay, we really appreciate your time here tonight, and
Yeah.
we'll turn it over to you.
Happy to be here again. At the risk of apologizing right away when I start a presentation, I'm going to apologize right away and say that this handout you're about to get printed a little smaller than I anticipated. So you might have to squint to see it. But happy to be here. My name is Jay. I serve as the chair for the Washtenaw Food Policy Council. I also hold the healthcare seat. And that's because in my day job, I work for Trinity Health, doing some food access and education projects. So, here we go. All right. Oh, and they left. We would love a stronger connection with the Farm Bureau. Yeah. So what is the Food Policy Council? The Food Policy Council is a subcommittee of the Board of Commissioners. Our job is to increase and preserve access to safe, local, and healthy food for all residents of Washtenaw County. Residents means anyone who lives or works here. How we are organized. So as I said, we are a subcommittee of the Board of Commissioners. Within the Food Policy Council, we have an executive committee that is appointed or elected every year. That executive committee is a chair, a vice chair, a policy liaison, a secretary, and a equity seat. And then our committee members serve on policy action teams. I like to think of the policy action teams as like the boots on the ground, community centered work. So while we're appointed by the Board of Commissioners, those policy action teams are made up of a variety of community members and are free to join. They encompass different facets of policy, of like local food policy work. Food access and nutrition has always been like the anchor PAT. And then the farmers and institutional purchasing, as Yusuf Rabi teed me up for. And then planning and zoning, food waste and packaging, and then our pollinators team. So we have 18 members on our council, which is quite a lot of cats to herd. We, those seats that people can join are dispersed among a variety of facets of the food system. We want to make sure that the people that are in the council represent a variety of perspectives. And so we have all these seats. Not all of them are filled, but we do, when we're recommending appointments to the council, we do try to think about that when we're making those recommendations. So what did we do this year? The council spent quite a lot of time thinking about our policy agenda. And this came back from feedback from our last annual report to you guys, which was, we have this policy agenda. Let's think about how do we check this off? How do we say, yeah, we're working on this or not working on that? This is a high priority. So the ways that we addressed this policy agenda was, first, we divided them up by PAT, and this is going to help our policy action teams just be able to identify the ones that they kind of are mission aligned with. And then second is we created an additional work plan, which is just an Excel document that really helps us track what the policy is, potential actions that can be taken, and like what has happened. So that's been really helpful in us just, trying to be true to our word and to what we do on behalf of the Board of Commissioners. What else did I want to say with this? I think we covered the agenda. Another big piece that we have worked on this year was really the pollinators PAT worked on community garden mapping. So community gardens, they might not produce a lot of food, but they do help create a sense of place, and they can be a great sense of purpose, food sovereignty. They have myriad benefits. And what we found is that there's very disparate, it's kind of a disjointed system with our community gardens. It's like decentralized is the word I'm looking for. And so our team said, well, let's make a map. And we used information from Project Row, from Growing Hope, and we created a map of just where are the community gardens. And the the objective with this is that this is then going to help us distribute resources out to these community gardeners, pollinator resources, tool sharing, things that really help community gardeners do the best work that they can. So that's where we are right now with that project. This map is on a site called MapMe. We hope to get this integrated onto our webpage shortly. We also spent some time looking at the Resilient Washtenaw work and realizing that our initiatives are in some ways aligned. And so, you know, not wanting to like duplicate services, we have just begun, well, some of our members have begun conversations with Beth Gibbons and I'm gonna get it wrong, Environmental Council, okay. And trying to look at this document and saying, okay, what are some ways that we have shared objectives and how can we both work to help move that forward? Kind of increasing that capacity for this document, for this work. The action that we actually took with that is that some of our policy action items, the language did get changed in order to align with this. The food access and nutrition PAT did take a look at this gap of access for SNAP eligible seniors. So these are seniors who could be getting SNAP benefits, but for whatever reason are not. You'll see that 17% participation rate in Washtenaw counties. That equates to about 5,000, little over 5,000 SNAP eligible seniors. Again, they're not getting those services. We're under the state ratio for participation. So we're less than, am I reading that right? Yeah. There's a 25% access gap for the state and we're at a 17% access gap. So we're doing better than the state average. However, it is still, it is something that we're working on and we're collaborating with our partners in our community partners, JFS, Trinity Health, and how food gatherers, how can we decrease that gap? Statewide advocacy. So our council members joined the Michigan Alliance to Stop Hunger panel discussion, which really centered around the Healthy School Meals for All policy. The way that I understand it is that had been written into the tax, that had been approved for in the, not tax code, but that's what I'm used to saying. It was in the budget. It was in the last year's budget. And so folks are trying to get that codified into law so that it's not susceptible to being cut every year. There was also a bill on the table to expand Medicaid for medical nutrition therapy. The council itself did not have time to go through the appropriate channels to advocate for that, but we did spread the word to community partners and said, hey, this is what this is. If you feel like advocating, you know, please read it for yourself and here's how to do so. So doing that education piece. And then lastly, oh, it's got a little funky with the formatting, but coming soon, the council did pass 2 resolutions last meeting. One resolution was to support supporting USDA staff and the county's commitment to small and minority-owned farms. And the other resolution was to support prioritizing food services for seniors in Washtenaw County. I know there's a lot of tension towards seniors because of the recent millage passed. And the Food Policy Council would like to be at the table. We think we have something to offer. We know that food is a real important piece of serving our seniors the best that it can. This is a short and sweet presentation. Two additional things I just want to mention is we are, right now we meet weekly. We are meeting, sorry, weekly, where am I going? Right now we meet every other month officially. We are working with our partners for the health department to potentially increase that. We do feel that there is, am I okay? We're good? Okay, great. we do feel that there is, that we could be doing more. And so we're meeting unofficially so that we meet monthly right now. But there is a lot of interest on the council for monthly meetings as opposed to not monthly meetings. So just something to be aware of. All right. That's the annual report.
Okay, thank you. Are you concluded on the presentation, open for questions?
Yeah, I think
Wonderful.
so.
I see Commissioner Somerville first in the queue.
I'll do my
Yeah.
best.
Thank you so much for the presentation. At the tail end, you mentioned nutrition and the senior millage and wanting to be involved. And sorry for not knowing this. Do you have folks on the policy council already that serve either on the Commission on Aging or in some of the older adult nutrition programs? So like anybody from Meals on Wheels or JFS?
Yes, JFS, Meals on Wheels, I talk with on the phone, but they're not officially on the
Okay.
council, but they're like involved
Okay.
and read our minutes and stuff like that. Food gatherers, if they're a part of it. So we're keeping an eye on the Council of Aging because I know that that's where a lot of
Cool.
this work is happening.
Yeah, I just asked because it's complicated navigating, like creating a policy with so many partners. And I'm just like wondering where the overlap already is with organizations that have been involved in helping shape the thoughts that those of us who are trying to craft a policy are working on. But maybe it's worth finding time to meet offline to talk about some of the things that you might already want to like just flag for us.
Sure.
And yeah, I just wanted to see if there was any overlap already.
Yes, there's
Yeah.
probably definitely overlap, but I would love to meet offline and I'd probably bring in those partners
Yeah.
too, to kind of discuss what are the key things that they see.
Mhm. Awesome,
that we can
thank
help
you.
with. Yeah.
Open it up to other commissioner questions at this time. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for all the work on this. So looking forward to having a discussion soon about a couple of resolutions that they passed. They'll appear in communications. And then one of them, you may have mentioned this when I had stepped out.
Yeah.
But one of them is a call for us to consider passing a similar kind of resolution of support. Been, like I bring up during every liaison report, been really impressed with Food Policy Council.
Oh,
They're looking to do even more. We've talked about that. I've mentioned it here. I think we have a path forward for that. So thank you for everything that you're doing. You guys really go above and beyond.
There's a lot of passion on that
There's a
council.
lot of passion.
I'm almost. We don't have the capacity.
Other questions for Jay at this time? If not, I have one. Commissioner Robbie?
I just want to thank you for all the great work that you do. And obviously very passionate about the Food Policy Council and excited that, my colleagues have had the chance to serve on it too. Obviously, I helped to start it and then served on it for the initial, I think it was probably 4 or 5 years. And so it's an awesome group of people and really has, seems like taken on a life of its own, which is exactly what we wanted when we first envisioned this back in 2013 and 2014 timeframe. So 10 years ago, basically, just over 10 years, right?
Yeah.
12,
20.
so that's awesome. Thanks for all the great work that you're doing and thinking about some of these overlaps and connections. And based on the question I was asking earlier too, of like, what are opportunities to, and I know this was a policy area, it's been a policy agenda for a long time around how the county can itself using its own, whether it's procurement, whether it's county policy, whether it's this purchase of development rights stuff, what are some other things that we could be doing? And this isn't necessarily a question for you, but just broadly for the Food Policy Council. And I think that what you outlined about, each of these policy action teams, they're developing the overall master plan. We've got something good going, but I think you were kind of saying like, let's start turning some of these into action steps that we can actually do as a county, even if we can't get the state to act or we can't get up some of these other things. What can we do as a county to actually move the ball on some of these? So looking forward to seeing some of those proposals come forward before us. And, I know that some of our other committees like Environmental Council and stuff like that have started sending us policy things for us to adopt. And I know the Food Policy Council has done that in the past as well. So excited to see what you guys are going to send us in the coming weeks, months, years.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. there's a couple things. I don't want to like talk without,
Right.
so official right now, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of chatter about ways that we can engage in 2025, especially with like everything that's going on and knowing that there's going to be more demand on our food emergency system and all of that. So.
Yeah, I mean, one of the topics that came up at our retreat, for example, and I think I talked about this, openly there, but the feeling that kind of exists now with the period of time that we're in, is similar to the feeling that, I had, at least, probably a lot of young people at the time had, about 15 years ago during the Great Recession, where it was like, okay, all these systems that we had depended on for, whether it was, in that case, the market, everything was collapsing around us, the housing systems were collapsing around us, everything is sort of that, and there was that level of people wanting to revert back to older ways of doing things and, farming, growing, backyard chickens, making your own sourdough bread, canning, pickling, all that kind of stuff, because the grocery stores aren't as reliable, or they're closing, or there's bankruptcies, Kmart's going away,
Right.
all these different things. And I feel like that similar vibe is emerging right now with this moment, where it's like, it's not as, at first it wasn't as much the market, now it's the market too, but it was at first just the federal government that was like, hey, we can't rely on that anymore. And turning to how do we localize things.
Yeah.
So I think there's like this surgence of energy around sort of the genesis of the Food Policy Council of wanting to relocalize our food systems. That we kind of got, not saying the Food Policy Council did, but societally, I think, got a little bit complacent about, reverting back into, especially during the pandemic, allowing for, these big globalized systems to again start to dominate our lives. And how do we revert back to that relocalization piece to encourage and support our local farming community? And so that, if there are broader breakdowns in our ability to provide food for our residents, that we do have these resources here that we've developed, encouraged, sustained, and, that we can then sustain our residents with that network that we have created.
Yeah. And to your point, back in 2010, when the USDA put a lot of funding towards local farm development and local food system development, it was honestly for that. Well, one of the reasons was for building that safety net and wanting to make sure that if something happened, there would be a diverse number of players who could fill in and that people then wouldn't go hungry. I think we're really lucky in Washtenaw County because we have a lot of resources. We have a very strong local food system. We have a lot of people willing to buy that food at a high price so that our farmers can stay in business. We have a very strong emergency food system to support those who can't access that food as well. Some federal policy changes, it sounds like the funds to support food banks purchasing from local farmers has been cut. And so, something to keep on the radar. If we want to keep our system strong, how do we make sure that like what has been cut, can we support it here? Can we keep it going?
It'd be interesting to know what the like dollar volume of that, like what did the grant look like? What are we talking? You probably don't know off the top of your head, but it'd be interesting to find that out.
Cool. Yeah, we can get that to you. Food Gathers has that, I'm sure.
Commissioner Sanders, did I see your hand up? Any other commissioner questions at this time? If not, Jay, I have a sort of a parochial question here. I had a constituent contact me about a month ago with an inquiry about starting a farmer's market on some portion of the land that's been redeveloped by County Farm Park. In a perfect world, that'd be something we could do and perhaps find some way to generating revenue towards the county in some way, shape, or form, meeting community needs, so forth. Can the Food Policy Council help advocate around that idea in any way, shape, or form? Is that something we could talk about?
Yes. Yeah. Let's definitely talk about it. I've been out of the farmers market scene for a little bit now, but farmers markets are a great community resource and are places that people can spend SNAP and WIC and Senior Project Fresh and all of that. They also create an amazing sense of community and a third space in many ways. So yeah, the Food Policy Council, at the very least, what we can do is provide education, we can look at ordinances, we can say, we can like, get into the weeds with folks, with entrepreneurs. And then we can, of course, work with you guys to address any barriers that they might have.
Great. I will follow up on that,
Cool.
on that issue.
Great.
Any other questions for Jay? Thank you so much for the work you're doing in the update and your availability. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
So we will move now, item 6, which is items for current or future discussion. I do want to note, we had a slight personnel issue. I just defer to our administrator.
Yes, sure. So certainly, board, you saw the stirring in the background. Our chair became ill and we were addressing her needs. So just wanted to let you all know that is the movement that you saw in the background. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any items for current or future discussion aside from that? Okay. I would note then before we adjourn, the plan is to convene the meeting at 7. Will the personnel be in place for that or? Okay, great.
Yeah, yeah.
Then start right at 7 then? Great. All right. Entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there support? There's support. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.
I am not Commissioner Scott. Unfortunately, she was not feeling well, so she had to step away. So I will be running the meeting tonight. Good to see everybody. So we will start with a Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Ashlyn. Roll call time.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hall,
Present.
Commissioner LeBar,
Present.
Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Okay. Well, excellent. All right, so before we get to public participation, we have 2 resolutions to honor people or organizations today. And I believe the first one, Commissioner Robbie will do the honors. Go on down, Commissioner Robbie.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Please raise the podium.
Got to make use of this. Both of the people standing up here are going to need it. So if I could ask our Water Resources Commissioner to come on up. I will be reading a proclamation honoring Evan Pratt on his many, many years of service to our community. Congratulations on your retirement, my friend. No. So this is a resolution honoring the former Washtenaw County Water Resources Commissioner Evan Pratt for his 12 years of dedicated service to Washtenaw County and congratulating him on his retirement. And I'm not the kind of person that usually reads resolutions, but I am going to read some of this one. And I am just going to say a few words before I do. I think, especially in the environment that we're in now and that we've been in for the last several years, where public service has not always been viewed as the noble profession that it once was, and public workers have been under attack in so many different ways. I just want to commend you and thank you for the service that you have committed to our community over those 12 years. From the first time you ran all the way till the day you retired, dedicating yourself. It's not easy. We all know around this table, it is not easy work. You hear from, very angry people sometimes, but the fact that you were willing to, step up every day and be there for the people of Washtenaw County is definitely commendable. So I'm going to just quickly read this for you. Whereas Commissioner Pratt served as the Washtenaw County Water Resources Commissioner from 2013 to 2024, overseeing infrastructure and environmental responsibilities for a community of 365,000 residents, which I think grew over that time a little bit, but with dedication and visionary leadership. And whereas Commissioner Pratt's distinguished career includes 5 years as the County Director of Public Works, which I voted to appoint you as, and 24 years as a municipal consulting engineer, during which he served as a board member and a corporate treasurer for a 200-person consulting firm, consistently exemplifying excellence in public service. And whereas his expertise and reputation have led to his appointment on high-level policy teams for administrations of both political parties, including service on the Michigan 2016 Governor's 21st Century Infrastructure Commission that produced a comprehensive report on Michigan's infrastructure and funding strategies, and participation in the governor's statewide asset management pilot in 2017-2018. And I will do an asterisk here and note that while I was a state representative, Evan was always meeting with me to talk about all the various different things that, and ideas that he had, because you were also liaison and very active with the statewide organization of water resources and drain commissioners. And obviously very much appreciate your work that you did in that regard as well. Whereas Commissioner Pratt has further contributed as the initial member of the Michigan's Water Asset Management Council from 2016 to 2023, and as chair of the Michigan Dam Safety Task Force in 2020 through 2021, where he played a pivotal role in recommending program changes following a major dam failure emergency that affected thousands of residents. Whereas his expertise has been further recognized through his recent testimony before the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee on Cybersecurity, where he represented critical infrastructure areas alongside fellow experts. 1987 graduate of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Commissioner Pratt has been an active leader in several professional and volunteer organizations, focused on governmental policy, including serving as an officer, then president of the Michigan chapter of the American Public Works Association, and as officer and then president of the Michigan Association of County Drain Commissioners, which is what I was mentioning earlier. Whereas his tireless dedication, innovative leadership, and commitment to sound infrastructure policy have made a profound and lasting impact on the sustainability and safety of Washtenaw County's water resources and municipal infrastructure. Now, therefore, be it resolved, that's the best part always, that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, all of us, express our deepest gratitude to you, Water Resources Commissioner Evan Pratt. The Board of Commissioners honors your outstanding contributions to our community and thanks you for your legacy of collaborative leadership, forward-thinking policy creation that will continue to inspire and guide future efforts in infrastructure and environmental stewardship. Thank you for your great work, my friend. On behalf of all of us, congratulations on your retirement. Sounds good. You want to say?
Well, thank you. All right, how about one more round of applause for all the people who did all the stuff that I get credit for? So it's funny to be here on a Saturday. You know, every day is a Saturday for me now. But all those people that helped me, of course, there's 1,500 people here to still help you. So hopefully everybody just kind of keeps that in mind when a recommendation comes to you. You've got full-time professionals who put their best work into it. And of course, there's times when there's things, you know, you got to tweak it. But I learned a long time ago from a couple of three really good mentors, long-term elected officials, that when somebody puts their best work in front of you, you know, you want to consider it carefully and follow their instruction as best as you can. Other than that, I want to thank all of you for being so helpful to me and so communicative and willing to talk about issues, you know, in district, out of district, countywide, and all of that stuff. And I notice on here too, I fixed the toilet the other day at home, and that's not on here, but my wife wanted to make sure that got recognized. I'm still in the water infrastructure business. Yes, I am. But you're in good hands with Gretchen Driscoll and the rest of the team that's primarily still there. So I thank you very much for this great honor. I'm very happy to have you know, this to display on the wall. It means a lot to me, and it means a lot to me to work with the community and to hear the kind words from everybody. This is a great place to live, a great place to work, and I continue to plan on living here, but not work. Thank you so much.
Well, don't run off, because this is the part where everybody also says nice things about you. Yeah, so stay at the podium so you can receive all the nice words, or sit if you want. You know, you can be on camera. There you go. All right, Administrator Dill wants to go first. Go ahead.
I will. Thank you, Commissioners. Evan, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for what you taught me very early in my tenure in this role, the nobility of public service. Your friendship and counsel were immeasurable over the last few years. So I just want to say thank you so much. It seems like every time that you and I were sitting with an adult beverage, can I say that at the dais? We were talking about a challenge that the organization faces, and I just really appreciated your counsel. So thank you so much. Best of luck to you in retirement. We have a few professional sports games to attend, so let's make sure that happens sooner than later. Best of luck to you.
Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Evan, thank you so much for your service to the organization. I've been really lucky to get to know you and work with you in both of my worlds. I would like to be invited to the sporting events. And I'm looking forward to seeing you play more music in Ipsy. And I'll invite all of my colleagues, as I always do. But I hope you get to enjoy retirement and play more music.
That's the plan. And I apologize, I couldn't wear pink today. That shirt was dirty, or I would have.
I stopped wearing pink on Wednesdays because the world's upside down, so.
Commissioner LaBarre.
Thanks, Chair. Evan, I just want to say thank you too for the length and depth of your service. You have always been just a calm, solid voice, and I really appreciate it. And appreciate your level of accessibility while you were Water Resources Commissioner. I particularly want to thank you for in spring of 2020. Many of you may recall that was an active spring for pandemics. And it was also an active spring for my backyard and an aggressive willow tree that had grown up into a pipe into our house. And you helped me sort of navigate that, got the staff out, and were accessible at a time when the world was sort of on fire. And so as a commissioner and a fellow elected, appreciate it, but just as a resident and somebody in need of service from your office, appreciate it as well. And I know you have, I believe, rugby endeavors and band endeavors that will keep you busy in retirement, but I hope they're good ones and filled with fun, and that you know you're remembered and appreciated here fondly for your service. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was a Dave Streeter job at his house.
Anybody over here? Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. I also just want to thank you for all the support that you've given me over the years, all of the culverts and wastewater, private wastewater treatment plants, and all of the development that we have out in District 3. You're just always so knowledgeable and so kind and so willing to work with anyone and everyone that has questions. So I just thank you and also enjoy.
Thank you. I apologize for the long answers too to everyone who has ever.
Commissioner Light.
Thank you so much for all of your service, even though I only got like a little snippet, because you're retiring. Well, you retired. However, I remember when I first got elected, we had lunch, and you gave me a dissertation, a whole layout. But, you know, I needed that. And it was very resourceful, and I knew I could call you to ask you the questions because I was going to have them. And I just appreciate it. And just on your knowledge, and just on you being friendly and kind and like, hey, this is, you know, and just on how important your position is and how you handle it so well. So thank you. Can't wait to come hear you play. So I will be waiting for the next invite out. Commissioner Somerville, she's always there, so I'll be right there behind her.
Commissioner Machewski, and Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. Evan, you do give a lot of long answers to the questions that we ask. I think you wrote the longest emails that I get from anybody at the county. But that's because a lot of the issues you deal with are incredibly complex. And I don't think the public appreciates what you did, what Gretchen is currently doing, and what the staff does at the Water Resource Commissioner's Office, from dealing with flooding to getting down in culverts and really being very hands-on with the situations that your office had to deal with. Very much appreciate it. You know, we've had conversations about 4 Mile Lake and Poop Dam and Portage Lake water levels and Chena Lakes. You've had partnerships with communities in Livingston County on all of those issues, you know, things that affected, you know, my district as well, but have always appreciated your dedication and hard work to these issues. And when I joined the Board of Public Works, all the work that you do there, did there as well. So thank you very much for your service, and congratulations on your 7-Saturday week.
Commissioner Sanders.
Evan, I feel like we spent a whole lot of time in person and on the phone. And you did an excellent job of helping explain to me, as though I were 5 years old, very complex engineering related type of issues in my district related to flooding and drainage stuff. And I appreciate it, because when you have constituents that reach out to you for help for an issue that was long-standing, even before I became their representative, it helps to have someone that is patient, doesn't make you feel like you're a dummy because you don't understand what is he talking about? A 90-degree angle? Am I supposed to know what that means? I just appreciate your patience. No matter what I asked you to do, the answer was always yes. It was always immediate, and it was always done with a spirit of helpfulness. So I appreciate that very much. And then I think I probably, you know, fell in love with you even more when I realized you were a musician. I didn't know that. I think I was going somewhere and I saw you in front of me and I'm like, that's Evan. What is he doing? And so that might help also explain why you can be so patient with us. So I appreciate you very much for your help, especially in my first term, because it was a lot trying to understand what my constituents needed and what we were and were not able to do. And so I just thank you for that. I hope that you will have a marvelous time in your next endeavors and continue enjoying your music. Thank you.
All right, my turn. Well, Evan, I want to thank you for the incredible dedication to public service and for your friendship. I've had the great opportunity to be able to work with you over my years here. I mean, you've been here a lot longer than I have. But as others have mentioned, your thoroughness has always been deeply appreciated by me and everyone else. I like the super long emails that you give us because then I feel like I've understood the issue effectively and that you care enough to be able to be that thorough. Something I've always appreciated about you is that you take the responsibility of being a countywide official very seriously and are very active all across the county. We've worked together on rain gardens and flooding issues and the rat situation, which a lot of that is you going above and beyond and your office going above and beyond. And it makes a tangible impact in people's lives. And as it's been said before, I don't think people really understand the tremendous impact you and your office has had, especially because you brought significant expertise to the role, to the office. I'm just really grateful for all of your public service. I'm glad that you're taking retirement seriously since it is March and we're just now giving this to you now. So I hope to run into you at Tap Room playing music again soon, or do it in a planned way. I think Commissioner Somerville could get us all out in a planned way. So thank you. And Commissioner Robbie wants to say something again.
Sorry, I always have more to say, but I wanted to say one more thing, Evan. Well, two quick things. One on the music thing. I so appreciate all of your musical talents. I think the first time I saw you perform was at Ray Detter's house party, many, many years ago. It was probably like 2012 or 2013, right when you started, or even when you were running, could have been. But that was, I think, the first time I saw you on the sax. And then also, right after you got elected, you performed at our holiday party in the hallway here. And then, of course, on stage at Ann Arbor, top of the park, hullabaloo, But the thing I really wanted to say is, and I touched on this briefly, but I want to emphasize it a little bit more, is also please share our thanks and congratulations on your retirement with your family too, because obviously being a public servant takes a huge toll on your family. And we know how much of a sacrifice they've made as well to, give your time to the people of Washtenaw County. So when you bring that proclamation back home, please make sure to share it with them as well and make sure that they know that we appreciate them as well for their public service sort of in proxy through you.
Yeah, that's very thoughtful. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all the comments.
All right, anybody else? All right, well, one last round of applause.
Thank you.
Evan. Yeah, feel free to stay for the rest of the meeting. Okay. Doesn't mean you have to. All right, we got one more before we get to public comment. I know public comment is everybody's favorite part of the meeting, so hold strong. We will get there. I'm doing the next one, so camera will follow me shortly. Now I'm over here. All right, great. Let's get that over there. So March is Social Work Month. You may remember we did a resolution and we had a ton of people there last year, and we don't have a ton of people here this time, but we got Dan, which is great. Everybody's watching at home. The tornado warning definitely impacted it. I usually am just wearing the lapel pin, but today I've got the theme for Social Work Month, which is compassion plus action. So I'm going to read this resolution, and then Dan will say a few words. All right, so it's a resolution to proclaim March 2025 as Social Work Month in Washtenaw County. Whereas people have entered the social work profession for generations because they genuinely care about helping improve the welfare of people, families, communities, and our nation. And whereas this year's Social Work Month theme, social work, compassion plus action, anyone say and, they want to say plus, embodies the fact that social workers go through years of education and training, so they have the skills and expertise to transform their care for others into action that brings positive results. And whereas the social work profession has worked for generations to improve living conditions in our nation, the social workers successfully pushing for Social Security, 40-hour work week, Medicare, and a minimum wage. And whereas social workers have helped this nation live up to its values by successfully advocating for equal rights for all people, no matter their race, sexual identity, gender expression, culture, or religion. And whereas social workers follow a code of ethics, which sets as the primary mission of the social work profession the enhancement of human well-being and meeting the basic needs of all people, with particular attention to the needs and empowerment of those who are vulnerable, oppressed, and living in poverty. And whereas the social work profession is one of the fastest growing professions in the United States, with more than 800,000 people expected to be employed as social workers by 2033. And whereas social workers work in all parts of our society, including schools, social service agencies, veteran centers, and government, helping people, families, and communities secure services and policies they need to thrive. And whereas social workers are at the forefront of pressing issues our nation is addressing, including increased needs for mental health care, especially for children and adolescents, and substance use disorder treatment, and increased economic and political division. And whereas social workers are one of the largest groups of mental health care providers in the United States and are pressing for a social work interstate licensing compact that would improve mental health care delivery in our nation. And whereas social workers help protect millions of children from abuse and neglect, provide services and support which help strengthen families that are under stress and help create new families through adoption. And whereas research proves the presence of social workers in schools, hospitals, and assisted living facilities improve education and health outcomes and quality of life for students, patients, and residents. And whereas social workers continue to stand ready to assist our nation in overcoming present and future challenges, including ending gun violence, improving healthcare and mental health care for all, and urging lawmakers to adopt immigration reforms. Now, therefore, be resolved, the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners recognizes the numerous contributions made by America's social workers and proclaims the month of March 2025 as National Social Work Month in Washtenaw County. All right. Yes. So thank you. Thank you for the applause and the production. Feel free to say a few things.
On behalf of all the social workers of Washtenaw County, thank you for recognizing the important work that social workers do across the county. Social workers engage with the citizens of Washtenaw County in hospitals, where I work, community mental health, government, nursing facilities, advocacy, and many other organizations. Due to their charge of working with Washtenaw residents who rely on their skills and care to meet their needs. As a proud City of Ypsilanti resident, go Ypsi, I am grateful to live in a community where I work and a county that supports my team's work to help many struggling people throughout our whole county. Thank you, Board of Commissioners, for recognizing this important work.
Right. Well, thank you, Board, for recognizing the work. As a proud social worker myself, it means a lot that we recognize this every year. And we have a number of social workers in the audience. Where's Derek at? Derek, come on out here too. We're gonna get a picture with all the social workers that are here. And then everybody else is there too. Yeah. Derek. All right, well, we're in the audience with your social worker. Come on. Please. Thank you. Oh, anybody else? All right. We'll get a picture of that. We'll get a picture of that. All right. All right. All right. Hey. All right. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you. All right. All right, I don't know if anybody wanted to say anything else, or you want me to move forward? Oh, the hands. Yay, social workers. Thank you. Commissioner Maciejewski employs many social workers and hopefully more. Thank you for that. Good. All right, well, now we're to everybody's favorite part, public comment. Okay. So here at Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting, you get 3 minutes for public comment. If you're in the room, you can approach the podium, which can be moved up or down as needed. You approach, you need have to state your name, city, or township. We need that for the record, otherwise Ashlyn will get upset. We don't want that. You will have 3 minutes and a nice color-coded system. Starts on green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left, and then it gets to red. At red, I gotta stop you. I don't wanna have to do it, so please stop before then. If you're joining us via Zoom, same rules apply. If you are on Zoom by the Zoom client or app, you'll just click the raise hand icon. I will call on you. State your name, city or township. You get your 3 minutes. There may even be a timer that appears on the screen. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes there's music that'll play that says it's time's up. Please don't do that. If you're on Zoom by phone, you will hit *9 to raise your hand. I'll call on you. Then you'll hit *6 to unmute yourself. Anybody want to give public comment? Thank you. Had to go through the whole spiel. Want to make it worth it. So we don't respond immediately, just so you know. We have to listen to all the public comment, and then we're able to respond. So please, whoever would like to go.
All right, good evening, Daniel Rosenbaum, Ann Arbor City. I want to speak briefly and in less than 3 minutes about an issue that I raised with a couple commissioners last year, and I just want to put on the agenda for the commission again. Within 3 blocks of where we are standing or sitting, there are by my count 4 properties, 219 North 4th, 213 North 4th, 101 East Huron, and 175 North Main that are all county-owned surface parking lots. And these parking lots are rarely, if ever, full, even as surrounding structures, county-owned, but mostly otherwise, are also not full. And to me, this is low-hanging fruit in the sense that there's a lot that this county cannot solve in our community or in our world. But when it comes to assets that the county owns that are being underutilized, this seems like an opportunity because these surface parking lots in their current status quo, they are not housing people, they are not promoting housing affordability, they are not bringing residents or visitors to central Ann Arbor and therefore providing customers and support for the surrounding businesses that have been really struggling the last 5 years. They are not creating vibrancy, they are not making our sidewalks safer and more pedestrian friendly. They are instead a kind of a gap in a really important core area of Washtenaw County, the border between downtown Ann Arbor and Carytown. And I would strongly encourage this commission to be more proactive rather than passive as it thinks about the current status quo, whether that current status quo is the sustainable future status quo for these parking lots and what can be done to convert them into some other form of better, higher use. I'm not here to advocate for use. I'm just here to advocate for something that's not a surface parking lot. I know and I understood last year that there was a space plan ongoing where the county was evaluating its property inventory and trying to think about what is the current need and what might be future uses. And I would strongly encourage the commission to move forward with that discussion if it hasn't already been happening, and to think in particular about these 4 lots that I think really should be put towards a different use. I guess I'll also add that selling these lots could bring in more revenue for the county, more tax base for the county and for the city of Ann Arbor. I see only upside to developing these lots. The alternative is more sprawl and unsustainable development and less vibrancy in our core. So I will end there, and I'm really sorry that I can't stay for the meeting, but it would be great to be in touch or to hear more updates. But either way, I strongly encourage this to be on the commission's radar. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stay for our response if you can. Anybody else in the room want to give public comment? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
J.R. Mahaley, Ypsi Township. I'll just call, checking on you guys, sorry, I was thinking of something else real quick. Checking on if you guys made any movement on the Cavenue project that's coming up on 94. The self-driving car lane. Because I know where I get on at Belleville Road and 94 there, it's a pain in the butt trying to merge right there with 2 lanes. There's nobody you can get over. It's a pain. And I know with this last snow we had, several of those cones were knocked down and scattered all over the road, getting kicked up by people driving. So my big thing is that shouldn't be done. Other thing is I like to see if you guys can come up with some kind of plan and not wait for FEMA or Eagle to kind of do it. It's the 1,4-dioxin plume that's underground in the aquifer. I know some people that live in the neighborhood that's right just north and west of Skyline, where they've already tested, the one for our dioxide in the wells. And they are currently testing their water often just to make sure it's not in their wells. And also the city of Dexter's on big wells. They suck a lot of water. Now, no, I'm not a hydrologist, but I have taken a few science classes. With as many wells that's in the ground that's north or around that plume, especially the city of Dexter, they're sucking large amounts of water out of the aquifer. There's this theory of mine, it's creating the pressure, negative pressure, where it's creating the water that's polluted, driving towards Dexter. And if you look at the neighborhoods where Skyline is, on the map where they show it, it's moving right where the city of Ann Arbor draws their water, because they're drawing it. You got all these people with holes in the ground, pulling water out, creating back pressure where water in the aquifer will move from what I would believe towards those zones to fill it. And I'm just asking you, as all the county commissioners come up with a plan, if that ever hits, what's y'all gonna do? Wait for Eagle, wait for FEMA? I'm just calling to action for you guys to start thinking about it now, because it's coming. And I know people who's testing their wells every day or every week, just to make sure it's not in there. And if it gets in their pipes, do they have to replace all their pipes now because it's contaminated with it? If they use wells and they spray it on the ground, do they have to come up and get all it environmentally cleaned up because they sprayed it all over their house? There's things to consider with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? All right, come on down. Name, city, or township.
My name is Carolina Fonseca, Ypsilanti Township, and I am here to talk about a violation in the court and the jail system. My husband has been in jail for about 2 years. During the preliminary exam, Judge Bork didn't let the lawyer and my daughter speak. He cut them off. Then Judge Carol Conkey denied some of the motions. And one of the motions was that prosecutor, Amy Reiser, was hiding evidence from the lawyer. The lawyer can testify that he never received any emails about such evidence that she was hiding. It is not the first time that Amy Reiser hides evidence. It has come to my attention that there has been other people which she hides evidence from, putting them in jail, innocent people, and my husband is one of them. Last week, we were going to have a trial, and it got canceled because the office of Carol Conkey said that they made a mistake on the dates when trial was set since last November. And on February of this year, there was a pre-trial confirming the date. Also, I would like to talk about a violation in the jail. My husband has a medical condition and he has not received his medication since September of last year. If it wasn't for God's hand, my husband would be dead by now. Also, they at the jail, they do not pay any attention whatsoever. He had fallen from the top of the bed, spraining his ankle. His ankle was swollen for about more than a week. Nobody did anything. They didn't took him to the nurse's station or anything like that. And I believe that everybody here, or as American citizens, we all have the right. My husband is not getting that right. All we want is to be heard, for our side of the story to be heard. Since the other side, they already heard what it was happening, now it's our turn. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stick around for the response because we can't respond immediately. Anybody else in the room for public comment? All right. Hey there. Nice tie you got there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Coles had them on clearance a long time ago. So Scott Miller, Pittsfield Township. I just wanted to, I didn't know they were doing the social work thing. I did want to stand up and congratulate the board on recognizing that. My wife's a social worker. She serves those that are struggling with addiction, substance abuse. She works so much harder than I do, probably for about the same level of thanks civil servants get. So wanted to say that. And also just for Evan, I know he left, but I got the opportunity to serve many years under Janice Brabrin, his predecessor. Got to serve with Evan now, his successor, Gretchen, all wonderful people. I did want to relate, I think Yusef mentioned, he's an engineer. I'm also an engineer. He went to MIT, which is not quite as good a school as Michigan, where I was, but a good school nonetheless. And I will relate the story that in our bi-weekly meetings, at least once a month, Evan would go on and have a very long explanation for what we were discussing. And I would, as a fellow engineer, go, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Evan. When he would finish up. So probably a little common thread there, but I did want to, on behalf of the staff, say it was an honor and we'll miss him. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? I'm not seeing anybody. Ashley, anybody online?
Yes, Chair. First, we have Gary Muntz.
Gary Muntz, please state your name, city or township.
Good evening. My name is Gary Muntz, and I'm from the scenic township of Linden Township. I'd like to wish a good evening to the commissioners, to the county staff, and to all my fellow residents who are in attendance of the meeting tonight. On behalf of the Say Yes to Seniors Coalition tonight, I would like to take this opportunity to share a brief statement emphasizing our continued support for the older persons millage. Say Yes to Seniors Coalition is grateful for the ongoing discussion surrounding the millage and how we can best support our aging neighbors, especially given our concerns about the uncertain stability of federal funding. Working together for more than 10 years to establish a senior millage, tonight I'd like to give you an insight into some of our core priorities that we think will help ensure that the funds are utilized effectively to truly make a difference in the lives of Washtenaw County older adults and to keep them as vibrant members of our community. So some of the key elements that are important to us, one would be hiring a director. This will help build momentum on the Board of Commissioners' priorities to address the community needs. The leader would be tasked with the opportunity to collaborate with local service experts and providers, avoiding administrative service duplication and overseeing transparent use and evaluation of the funds. So we would endorse hiring a director. Another key element for us revolves around the concept of funding safety net services. These services ensure that the vulnerable Washtenaw aging residents and their caregivers have the ability to live with dignity in our county. These services would include things such as safety and independence at home. That would be housing maintenance, minor repairs, and related support services. Safety net services would also include accessible transportation, something that's affordable, reliable, and increased access to transportation is crucial for seniors to maintain their independence and to be able to be vibrant participatory members of our community. Another safety net service, obviously, is food security. Meal and pantry services, no senior should go hungry. Another safety net service would be emergency needs, providing time-limited, intensive support, including crisis intervention funds and complex wraparound service coordination of established, robust programs to meet the immediate needs of our vulnerable seniors. Outside of funding these safety net services, we also feel it's extraordinarily important to have community-based activities for healthy aging. This would include things like senior centers, outreach and prevention programs, socialization, and education of older persons and their caregivers. In closing, the Say Yes to Seniors Coalition is unwavering in its commitment to and support for the health, well-being, and safety of every older person in Washtenaw County.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. All right. Do we have anybody else online for public comment?
Yes, Chair, we have Sharissa Allen.
Sharissa Allen, please state your name, city or township.
Hello, everyone. This is Sharissa Allen. I'm from Ypsilanti Township. I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to each of the commissioners who took the time to read my concern, listen to it, and consider my concern regarding the disrespect that I experienced under the current administration at the sheriff's office for a candidate of the We Life coordinator position. Your attention to this matter means a great deal to me. I appreciate each of you who reached out from the heart. I recognize that you truly do care about your constituents. You care about the county. You care about what is said and what is done. So thank you again. I will add, to make it very clear, because I didn't get to say this last 2 weeks ago, that offer was not ever rescinded. And I will say that again. It was not ever rescinded, nor did I ever receive anything in black and white from the previous administration stating that position was on hold. And even if it was on hold, hold means hold. So someone should have been getting in touch with me as I was waiting for a response from human resources. So again, thank you, commissioners, for doing your job and doing it with sincerity. I appreciate you, and I look forward to continuing this conversation in greater detail as I move forward, if I choose to move forward. But again, thank you. Commissioner Hodge and the county commissioners, thank you for acknowledging Social Worker Month. I am a social worker. I've been in the field of social work over 30 years. So we do it with compassion and action. You guys be blessed, and thank you for the time, giving me the time to express my concerns.
Thank you, and happy Social Work Month to you. There you go. This one's for you. All right, good. Anybody else online for public comment?
No, Chair, there's no one else online.
Anybody? Last call. Friends in the room. Anybody else? No? No? Okay, we are in response now. Commissioner LaBarre was very quick on the draw. Raise your hand. You can get in the queue. So put Commissioner Somerville second. Commissioner LaBarre, if I may, I'd like you to speak a little bit about how we've been responding to the plume situation. I mean, it's been something that we've been working on for years. So just for Jeremy, you may be interested.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And yes, that's one of the items. We, I think, entered a new phase in terms of responding to the plume in 2019 with the communal convening with the City of Ann Arbor, the Water Resources Commission officer, and our Department of Public Health as it relates to eventually seeking EPA Superfund status on the plume. I know Commissioners Scott and Masiewski, given district proximity, along with many other folks at this table, have been working hard on that issue. There is a process we are in. I do not want to miscommunicate, though, that the depth of pollution and the spread of pollution do not make that something that is sort of fixable in the sense of physically addressing the dispersion of that pollutant. I know Commissioner Robbie, both as a commissioner and then during his time in the legislature, was also active on that. And I want to give a shout out to the whole state delegation, Commissioner or Senator Irwin and the others. And finally, I remember Congresswoman Dingell. She has been active on that since she's been in office in 2015 and was a driving force in that. The hope is to obtain Superfund status and to have some recompense from EPA to help manage the site going forward. Unfortunately, I share exactly the same knowledge of what this administration's EPA will do on a whole host of things, which is which is none. The other issue I wanted to mention, Chair, was twofold. One, looked like Commissioner Robbie had a more in-depth conversation with the gentleman who spoke about land use. I think he made good points. I would add revenue generation as a concept that I think many commissioners are keen to be made aware of. And then to the woman who spoke regarding her husband, some of those issues do fall under the purview of the sheriff's office. That is an elected official, and there are processes under state law to address some of the issues you brought up. So I've covered as much as I can, as ably as I can, Chair. Thank you for calling on me.
Thorough as always and much appreciated. You will be in the queue, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. All right, I have notes, so I stay on track. I know that there was a mention of the special lane on I-94, and Commissioner Robbie can correct me, but I believe back when there was legislation to create that lane, the Washtenaw delegation voted against it. I see him nodding yes. Most, yeah. Okay, I think maybe just one didn't. Yeah. So I know Commissioner Robbie was one of those. And I find it also like complicated. And the one time that I drove on that lane, I felt very claustrophobic because I couldn't get out until it was over. But I think generally people are very confused by it. And then to Gary, thank you for speaking on behalf of Say Yes to Seniors. All of the points that you highlighted are obviously important, and I believe were the intention behind all of the work that you all advocated for a very long time. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but maybe another commissioner will want to respond more to some of your comments. And then Sharisa, thank you for again showing up and providing feedback to us. I appreciate all the work that you do in District 6, but also in other districts that cover Ypsilanti, and then just more broadly to reduce gun violence and just violence in general in Washtenaw County. I really hope that you can continue doing that work, and I hope that in the future there is a role for you inside county government. I'm really sorry that you have experienced a lot of just confusing messaging around what happened with the position that you were offered in a transition for a countywide elected office that the commissioners cannot control. But I do appreciate you. You do really great work in the community and are a valued member to, I think, all of us, but especially to me. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Just wanted to respond to a few of the comments that were made. I did have some conversations with some of the folks that were here after their comments, but on the first comment that we got around developing county lots, I did try to seek some clarity. There were 4 lots mentioned, but I could only think of 3 that are in the downtown area. It sounds like maybe there's 2 parcels on one of the parking lots potentially, but at any rate, we have, I mentioned that we do have, that I am in full agreement that, having a surface parking lot is probably the lowest use of those parcels. And I explained too that we obviously last year and the year before started a conversation about doing a Washtenaw County Housing Commission, which I think can help to address a lot of the needs here and actually see some of those sites developed. I asked Tony for a reminder on our timeline. It sounds like late summer, early fall is kind of when we're going to get that report back on the feasibility of a housing commission, and then hopefully, the timeline shortly after that, we can start, depending on what comes back, looking at next steps there. But I do think that all 4 of those lots, honestly, are prime opportunities for building something. In some cases, it could be a county building, like we've talked about with having a government center, or it could be a housing unit. But I fully agree that we need to not continue those sites in sort of the lowest possible value of the use, which is surface parking. I did mention that to him, and wanted to say it out loud as well. On the dedicated toll lane, everybody knows how I feel about that, but thank you for coming once again to speak on it. We appreciate you. This is something that I think one of the next steps for it is that it actually has to come for approval to SEMCOG. I missed the last meeting, but every meeting that I go to, I always ask before the vote on anything. If I missed a subsection or a sub note about this project being included, and so far my understanding is that it has not been actually voted on into our long range plan or any of our other plans at the regional level. And I think that would need to happen before the project could move forward, is my understanding. But they have obviously started with elements of, like Commissioner Somerville was talking about, creating that dedicated lane, which is not currently the toll lane that they were envisioning. But it seems like sort of a trial run maybe towards something that they were envisioning. So as Commissioner Somerville outlined, the Washtenaw County delegation and many other state reps and senators across our state voted against that. And it's a very unfortunate piece of legislation that passed. And the legislation doesn't actually limit it to the I-94 corridor. I pointed this out when it passed. It could actually be used to toll any roads in the state of Michigan, potentially using a similar type program. So very damaging, not a good thing. I actually hope the legislature repeals it before we're able to actually implement any projects like this. But we'll definitely keep an eye out, and Commissioner Maciejewski and myself serve on SEMCOG, and I think both of us are gonna keep vigilant on that one. On the plume, really quick, I also serve on the CARD. I'm the board's appointee to CARD. And I just want to say, like, obviously, as Commissioner LaBarre said, we have a great delegation in Lansing and at the federal level who's doing work to try to help us on this. But I will say that this has been such a frustrating issue and such a long time in the making that I have obviously been in public office. This is my 15th year, and watching this contamination continue to plague our city has been really sad and disappointing that there hasn't been more support from the state and federal regulators. Frankly, I think we have a lot of good support from our elected officials on these issues, and we've actually gotten some movement on things like lowering the thresholds, the cancer slope factor thresholds for dioxane. That was a huge win back in 2017. A lot of the stuff that we did around then, we were able to set the groundwork, but there are still a lot of restrictions on the state Eagle in terms of their ability to actually regulate and come after polluters, which is why we really need to pass legislation at the state level to create a polluter pay law, which is something that Commissioner Somerville works on in her day job with Senator Irwin's office. And I know former Commissioner, current state representative Jason Morgan is working on it as well. We need that polluter pay law in place to be able to actually go after the polluters that made this mess and force them to clean it up. It is technically feasible to actually clean up this mess. Dioxane is a removable pollutant. It does take hardware, and it does take processing to actually remove it, to pump it and remove it, but it is removable. It just takes a lot of money, time, effort, energy, and like I said, hardware and mechanical removal process. But it is possible. We need polluter pay laws. We also need to give our Eagle at the state level the ability to actually regulate a lot of these pollutants. Many years ago, under Engler, the legislature removed the ability of Eagle to actually do a lot of that and put it in a process called JCAR, which is basically a rules-making entity that the legislature appoints to supersede Eagle in its rule-making ability, which basically takes away Eagle's ability to respond to these contaminations that are happening in our community, which is why we went to the federal level to try to seek federal intervention. But now, of course, with the disastrous and fascist Trump administration now in power, we're not sure what that's going to look like. We have to, of course, avail ourselves of every available opportunity, whether it's state or federal level. And so we got to keep moving in both directions with both levels of government. And thank you to the resident that brought that issue forward. Quick note on the jail issue. I did ask the constituent that came up for a timeline on when the incidents occurred. It sounded like 2022 and 2023, or maybe 23, 24. And I've already texted the sheriff, and it looked like Crystal went and talked to her as well. So I'm hoping that we can get a pretty quick response on that and check on that issue. And then lastly, I just want to say on the senior millage, that we, as plans are being developed, it sounds like there's a plan being developed by some of my colleagues. And I just want to state again for what I'm going to say then, and I will say it now. You already know what I'm going to say. I want us to create more government-run services. And I know that a lot of my colleagues want to try to do RFPs and send a lot of the money to provider organizations. But my interest here is in seeing us create an Office of Aging, or house that, whether it's housed in OCD or whether it's a separate agency. We need a county department or a subdivision of a county department. We need county staff providing these services. And to the greatest degree possible, I would like to minimize the amount of that money that is leaving the county. So that is my interest. I will state it again, and I will continue pushing that throughout this whole process. And so as plans are being developed, I hope that is taken into consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You said a lot there. It was all good. I liked it. Could you also describe what CARD is, though? 'Cause I think that since people are interested, they might want to know what CARD is.
Yeah, so CARD is it's kind of a weird name, but it's Coalition. There's like a missing word, but it's Coalition Action Remediation of Dioxane. Should be the Coalition for Action on the Remediation of Dioxane, but that's not what it is. So it's a group of citizens in the community that have gotten together that have immense knowledge about this plume. Roger Rail is one of the key people on it. Roger, if none of you have met Roger, he is a fountain of knowledge and information, and will tell you all the things. And he has charts, he has graphs, he has data. If you are interested in this issue, come to a CARD meeting. I believe the meetings are Tuesday evenings, but maybe Ashley can remember better than I can.
They're on the website.
They're on the website. Yeah, you can go online and see if you're interested in attending. Public is welcome. So please do attend one of those meetings. Plenty of great information on there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also appreciate your real-time crowd engagement. All right. Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. Touch on a couple of the public comments. The first being the potential toll road issue. This is, I believe, as Commissioner Robbie has stated, this needs to go before SEMCOG.
Can you describe SEMCOG?
SEMCOG is the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments. It's a council of governments that it covers I'm going to get the number wrong, 7 counties in Southeast Michigan. Deals with a lot of regional issues, a lot of transportation funding, coordination between these 7 counties. So this particular issue is an issue that SEMCOG needs to deal with through their transportation planning process. One thing I want to note about it, and I agree with Commissioner Robbie's comments, the actual lane itself is in Wayne County. And we might want to consider some kind of collaboration with the Wayne County Commissioner. I know Commissioner Al Wilson is, I believe, the county commissioner in Van Buren Township over that area. And I think we may want to connect with him to talk about this. The previous county commissioner there was Al Haydes, and Al was at SEMCOG as well. And I had conversations with him about this in the past too. So maybe some coordination with Wayne County on this would be beneficial to our advocacy here. The second thing I want to talk about was the comment from Gary Muntz on the senior millage. I wrote down, I was trying to keep up with Gary's elements that he was outlining. And I think I captured 6 of the elements that he mentioned. I've had a lot of communication with, received a lot of information from the Commission on Aging and the Say Yes to Seniors groups and other stakeholders in this space as well as people in the community. And I think the things that Mr. Muntz outlined are all things I certainly agree with. I think I will say that I have been working on a document that could be considered by this body along with a couple of other commissioners here. And the elements that were outlined are all elements that I think are core and a part of really the foundation of what we're trying to do. So I appreciate the continued advocacy by Mr. Muntz and the other folks that say yes to seniors. I look forward to very soon being able to have a document that we can talk about. If Commissioner Beaman doesn't mind, I'm going to announce that we're having a town hall on the senior millage at the Chelsea Senior Center on April 9th at 5 p.m., 5 to 6:30 p.m. And hope that, people take that as an opportunity to come out because we're going to talk, I want to talk a little bit about my perspective and what I see, but I really want to hear back from the community as well. And get their comments too. So, and I would, hope that, people from my district and Commissioner Beaman's district and anybody that's interested will come out that evening to participate in that. I do think we need to move forward expeditiously on this. The potential for the reduction in federal funding could hit the older adult population and caregivers quite hard. And the fact that we now have the senior millage is a great way to backfill some of the things that we may be losing. So thank you, Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
The gentleman that spoke about the lane on 94, could you just give your contact information to Mrs. Hall?
They'll get it. I have it too.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'd like that, because I'd like to make an inquiry as well and share whatever response back I get with you. I just used that lane the other day, actually. It does make you a little claustrophobic. Probably shouldn't say it out loud. I used it for speed. But anyway, it is in Wayne County, but we'll see what we can find out for you. What was the other commissioners have already addressed the young lady that spoke about her husband. So hopefully you'll get some sort of response because we do have a representative from the Sheriff's Department in the audience today. So it sounds as though there's been communication about that already. The gentleman that called in to speak about the senior millage funding and how we utilize that. I think I've said this before. I'm more concerned about using the maximum amount of money that we have available to support the needs of the seniors than I am about creating positions of employment for people. Obviously, you need folks to coordinate those services, but I think that we can find a way to sort of be to work smarter, not harder, and not create so many positions that's money that's being taken away from the actual support that the seniors need and the reason that the millage was approved in the first place. I think that's all I had to say about what everybody else had to say.
All right. Anybody else? Commissioner Light.
I would like to thank everyone for coming in for public comment. As others have said about that lane, it's dangerous because once you get on, you can't get off. And if you don't know how to drive fast, you're not gonna last. So I too am, and I want to inquire about that lane, and I don't want us to have any in Washtenaw that goes through Washtenaw. So that is an effort that I would, an endeavor that I would like to put an effort towards. The next thing I would like to speak upon is when the candidate that applied for the We Live position, Sharisa Allen, wanted to thank us for looking into her concern. There are no thanks needed. That is what our job is. We are to respond to our residents, excuse me, and to those that would like to be employed by this county. It's been said that people are leaving, but I don't believe that. People are wanting to come to work for Washtenaw County, as I believe we are, not just because I'm a commissioner, but I believe we are a great employer and this is a great place to work. So with that, it is my due diligence and duty to make sure that we are hiring fairly and that our process is clear, and that we make sure that we keep individuals wanting to be employed here. This is a process, this is a concern that has been brought to myself, that was made in public comment, has been brought to other commissioners, and we are going to address it. And we will respond because it is our responsibility and it is our due diligence to make sure that an issue is resolved. Though either party may not get the resolve that they want, we will make sure that this is something that we look into. I do not take any complaints lightly. That is with our employees, that are with individuals who would like to be employed. If the individual feels that they have not been treated fairly or that a process has not been fair, that is of our concern. And so I just want to make that clear, that it is our job and it is our responsibility to respond to any candidate that applies for a position with Washtenaw County, any position in any office. And it is also our responsibility to make sure that our employees are treated fairly. So I am just gonna make that clear, and it's gonna be said, and I will respond to a resident, a constituent, a person, it doesn't matter. I'm going to respond. That is my job. And if I need to say that publicly again, I will. But this is what we do, and this is what I'm going to do. So let's just make sure that it's all noted that commissioners are responsible for employees and those who would like to be employees.
Thank you. Anybody that hasn't spoken yet before we get into round two of responses? We're in round two. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say another note on, since several of my colleagues spoke on the lane issue. I just wanted to mention and note that, while they built that sort of, it seems like a test lane in Wayne County, their ultimate plan with this is to have this toll lane go between I think basically like the State Street exit in Ann Arbor all the way to Midtown Detroit. Like they want the whole 94 between State Street and Ann Arbor all the way to the M10 interchange. They want that whole thing to be tolled with their automatic vehicle lane. So it will stretch into Washtenaw County considerably. I really like Commissioner Maciejewski's idea of partnering with Wayne County. I think that's a really good idea. One other thing I was going to say on it though too is I know that there was a public engagement process over the environmental assessment, and I think that period might have ended, but as new public comment periods emerge, I think that we should, as a county, submit commentary to that process. And I don't know exactly what the process of the board instructing staff to do that would look like, but perhaps the chair and vice chair could work on a resolution for an upcoming meeting to that effect.
I'm nodding to indicate yes. I wasn't on the screen. You're welcome. Anybody else? Anybody else? No. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for giving public comment and for our friends online who gave public comment as well. Much has already been said about almost all of the topics, so I'm not going to add more to it. But to the constituent that came to speak about the challenges with the jail and her husband, I'd like one of our team members to give her my contact information because I think you're in my district. Odds are if you're in Ypsi Township, you're in mine. So we'll figure it out. And I think people have already gotten your contact information. So thank you for coming and speaking with us. We will move on now to liaison. Oh, we did have one, we received one written public comment. So take a look at that when you have an opportunity. And we will go on to liaison reports. Somebody got a liaison report? Commissioner Robbie does. He's got to log back in first. That's okay. We'll wait. Commissioner Labar's got it in the meantime, and then Sanders.
This isn't technically a liaison report, but should function as such. Both Commissioner Scott and I were on the call today, as I think also staff were, that SOS Community Services put on just to give an update on the rapid rehousing and the lack of funding at the federal level. I thought Rhonda Weathers did a great job outlining the scope of the threat. It is immense, to say the least. And I'll let Commissioner Scott frame her feedback to it. What I took away from it was the need is obviously immediate, and the funding picture long-term in terms of the federal government coming through is bleak. And so I think if we can think about flexible local dollars to the extent they are at all possible, other items that we can coordinate with just in terms of economies of scale with other nonprofits or the county directly, really, I think anything. It was not a pleasant update, but it was useful and thorough. And thank you also to the staff for being aboard.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie, you ready?
I'm logged in. I'm ready. And
Okay.
I'll start actually with an update that you'll appreciate on rats.
Okay, we love hearing about the rats.
It's actually it's not that epic of an update, but it's interesting. So at our drain board meeting that we had earlier, I asked about the rat issue. Of course, as always, we get our Orkin report. And what Harry shared with us is that while there isn't a whole lot to share, the Water Resources Office apparently is implementing a new system with Orkin that will allow better data tracking. And so we will be able to, the update is that we will have more updates in the future because now we have better tracking mechanisms to see actually how the rat population is evolving in our county. So that's the rat update. You want to know.
I do, and I appreciate your attention to that. That's great. I'm grateful because I mean, I know it doesn't necessarily affect your district, but it does mine. So thank you for your
I mean,
continued
like
attention.
even talking about it is, it's just like shocking that we have to have this conversation, but it's important for our community. So we got to do it. And so next update is on parks. We had a very active Parks Board meeting on March 11th. And a few of the updates there, we got an update on oak wilt, which is a pandemic essentially that's hitting our oaks in Washtenaw County and across the state. We have a management plan for it, which unfortunately involves killing oak trees, but you have to kill the sick oak trees in order to save the others. And so there is oak wilt in some of our natural areas and some of our parks that is being addressed by our very capable stewardship staff. So they're doing great work there. We are submitting an application to the Michigan Trust Fund for Parker Mill County Park for the parking lot. There's a plan to redo and resurface that lot a little bit, add some parking spots and make better use of the space. We also purchased a property in Commissioner Light's district, I want to say, right in the Whitmore Lake Preserve. There's a big county park there. And the county recently purchased the Ellis property, which is it's sort of like south and west of the preserve. It's attached to the preserve. It's a nice, beautifully forested area with some wetlands. It's several acres, so it's a nice big property. So that is now part of our growing county park. We've actually made, I think, 4 or 5 acquisitions there within the last 2 years, including half of a lake, another lake, not Whitmore Lake, but another lake, another access point along Whitmore Lake Road, and then some properties across the street there as well. In addition to that, we just recently finally have acquired the Squires property. This is a property that was, I believe, owned by a former staff member of County Parks who is retired. And for a long time, the county had essentially a management easement on the property. So for many years, we managed the property, but did not own the property. And so as of this last meeting, we did complete the purchase agreement of that property. So we now, the county will own that. I think we might have taken a first vote on it. We may still have to take another, but that is underway. And that is, I believe, in Sylvan Township, just to the southwest of Chelsea. And so that is a nice big parcel as well, 50 acres plus 5 acres. And we do own a small parcel there as well. And we bought an easement to actually access the property and a small strip of land to connect us to Sylvan Road, with a little parking area so people can come in and park and access the newly purchased Squires Preserve. So 2 brand new parcels on the county parks rolls, very exciting there. And so that is good news. We also, let's see, this has sort of mixed news. I don't know if it's positive, but for everybody's information, we did just increase the fees at Rolling Hills Water Park. So this is not an exciting conversation to have, of course, because it's an increase in fees. However, I will say that I think we kept it pretty reasonable. It's a $1 increase in the general admission fees. It was $11 for residents, and we increased it to $12 for residents. What is more noteworthy here is that we took a step. We actually amended the staff's proposal to increase fees for non-Washtenaw County residents by more than they had initially proposed. So I believe that now the fees will go from $13 to $16 for non-county residents. And we also increased fees for groups. So if you're a group of 20 plus, currently you get a $6 rate per person. If it's like a camp or something like that, I don't think we touched the fee for in-county residents, but for out-of-county groups, we increased it by, I believe it was $1 to $7 a person. So we are trying to keep up with basically the cost of running these facilities. And just so that you all know, we have also initiated a process of looking at all our fees across all of our fee facilities in county parks to create basically an admissions program for people that can't afford the fees that we have at our parks, and to create basically a scholarship program so that people can still access our county facilities even if they don't have the resources to be able to pay that $12 to get into Rolling Hills Water Park. We still want people to be able to do that. Last thing I'll mention, there was another property purchase, I believe this time in Commissioner Beeman's district, that I forgot to mention earlier. The first 2 property purchases I mentioned were natural areas. This last one is just a general parks purchase, and it's in it's the Ellis property in Sharon Township. That's you, right? Sharon Township. So that's right next to our Sharon Hollow. It's right on Sharon Hollow Road, the Sharon Mills. Yeah, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. The Sharon Mills County Park. So there's 2 private properties across the street from Sharon Mills. There was a house that burned down on one of the properties. The owner came to us and was like, hey, we'd like to sell both of the properties. There's a property with a house on it, a property with a burned out house on it. And so the parks was not interested in buying both parcels. The one that still has a house on it will remain a parcel with a house on it, but the house that no longer has a house, or the parcel that no longer has a house on it, the county is purchasing, which will allow connection between both sides of the road. So if you're at the mill, then at Sharon Mill, then you can cross the street into the rest of Sharon Mills County Park without having to circuitously kind of go around towards the river there. So we now own both sides of the road in that area, which is going to be a huge benefit for the community. So sorry for the long update, but we did have a very extensive meeting and a lot of land was purchased and decisions were made. So thank you, Chair.
Don't ever apologize for a thorough update. Thank you for the update, and excited to hear about the acquisitions of property. Like you, I would like for us to be able to acquire more, not sell. And to the person that came earlier to give public comment, I'd like for us to find revenue generating ways to use our existing property. So thank you for the thorough update. All right, anybody else? Commissioner Maciejewski, what you got for us?
Thank you, Chair. This morning, the Board of Public Works met, and I wanted to highlight some of the statistics that were shared at that meeting. Hopefully everyone knows that the Home Toxic Center operates at 750 North Zeeb Road on Saturdays from April to November. And it was shared with us, shared with the Board of Public Works this morning, that they collected over 485,000 pounds of material, I believe in the last year. And interestingly, 60% of it was paint. And another 20% of it was flammable material, like oil-based paints or stains and gas. And it was reported that the Office of Water Resource Commissioner is working on some educational videos, kind of showing people how they can dispose of paint, latex paint on their own, whether that's with, interestingly, a concrete powder mix. You know, the concrete powder, I guess, is the most effective thing to pour into the can, and you can dispose it in your own trash can that way, or the traditional kitty litter method that I've used in the past, rather than having to take it to the event. They're working on some educational materials around that. Thought that was pretty interesting. And it was also noted that the Household Hazardous Waste, I gotta make sure I get the acronyms right? Household Hazardous Waste Center, which is located out of the Arbor Hills landfill, is operating Tuesday through Thursday for drop-offs out there. The Home Toxic Center on Zeeb and the special recycling events need to have scheduled appointments, right? That's the new system that's being used. So if you have materials that you want to drop off on one of those Saturdays on Zeeb Road, or at one of the special events that will occur throughout the summer, make sure you schedule your appointment and the time for that. We are also moving into the season where we do the weed control on the lakes and the chain of lakes across the county, and that work is soon to be getting underway. So that's my report as the liaison to the Board of Public Works.
I appreciate it. We always like a good Public Works report. Anybody else? Anybody else? Commissioner Sanders, did you want to? No. No? Okay, cool. All right, well, I have a couple of liaison reports. So we had a presentation from the Food Policy Council during working session. They gave us this document here, which talks about their policy agenda. I've been really excited to work with them over the last several months on getting them to refine their policy agenda to focus more on actionable and winnable things that they can do to impact county policy. They have a lot on their policy agenda that relates to what could local governments or maybe school districts do. We've been working together to make them, help them be able to focus more on, let's hit some county impacts. You're going to learn more of that over time. They've already taken a look at procurement policy, and they're looking at some of the other ones to make some recommendations. So that's been really exciting. We also had a very good meeting yesterday on the Advisory Council on Reparations. We got right here, it's a draft, you can't see it, it's a draft. It is a draft of a roadmap to reparations strategic plan that was put together by our new, well, not really new anymore, but racial equity officer, Derek Jackson, which I don't think he's in the room again. He missed the social work picture, now he's missing me talk about this thing, but this is good. This is good. It's a really well-attended meeting. We have new members on the council, and we've retained most of the other ones that we have, and we expect to make additional appointments soon. So stay tuned for news on that. That's it for things that are actually liaison reports. So I'll stop there. Good. All right. Well, let's move on to the next thing. The next thing we have is a report of the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm joined this evening by our two directors that comprise our infrastructure group. They have some short presentations, updates on the infrastructure countywide, beginning with Jason Fee. He'll provide us with an update on the Cheney site.
Thank you, Greg. Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update on the progress at Cheney School. So just a little bit of background. So pre-demolition environmental work, a couple of full environmental studies were completed on the site, both previously before the county purchased it by the school district, and then we completed a survey last year for the full 30+ acres, including the building out there at the site. So some very good news as far as the site goes. Everything came back very good. Nothing to report. No hazards on the site, etc. Few things though that were brought up to our attention through that process was some abatement that I'll talk about here in another slide, and some universal wastes. So universal wastes are just cleaning chemicals, batteries, some things that were left in the old former school for us to properly round up and dispose of. So removals and abatement, this is where we ran into a little bit of extra work that we weren't anticipating on the project. So our original asbestos and hazardous materials survey identified actually just a small amount of items, asbestos containing materials that needed to be abated. Those were some fire doors throughout the facility, and then some pipe insulation going through the original part of the school. As we started that abatement, we actually were pulling out some built-in sinks, and we uncovered some material that we weren't sure on and wanted to get the follow-up second opinion. So we called our environmental company back out to take a look at what we uncovered. And what we uncovered was some original flooring that was underneath these cabinets in the facility. So the first thing we came across were 9x9 floor tiles, which many times, turn out to be asbestos containing. So we had those tested. They came back, no asbestos, which was great. But we also tested the glue that we found there because it was different than the glue throughout most of the rest of the facility that we came across. That turned out to be the issue. So not a hazard, until this point, until we get to abatement and demolition. So unfortunately, that through further investigation throughout the school, we also called in another environmental company just to get a second opinion. We found that it appears that there was possibly some level of abatement done in the past, but there was also some material that was left for us to deal with. So before we could demolish the structure and remove it, we had to go in and remove all of that asbestos containing glue from the original part of the building. So it was a big project. Yeah, it was about 3/4 of the building, with the exception of the new addition that was done. So a lot of work. That's what set us back and really put us off track on our original schedule, because we were hoping to be done with demolition by now. Some good news though, through all that, we worked with our contractor, and we are going to be over. I'm anticipating and projecting about a $60,000 overage for that additional abatement. So all in all, not terrible, but something we had to deal with as soon as we uncovered that. So demolition work. So abatement is complete, and we're closing out the paperwork on that. And demolition. So we really cranked it up on the demolition. We started February 12th, and we're anticipating to be done now here in a little less than a month. So after that, couple things that we'll have to do, and it's actually working out almost for the better a little bit, because hopefully the spring weather will be here by then, and we can reseed and stabilize the site and essentially just work our way right off the site. So everything stays on track. We should be done by the end of April with the demolition. Next couple slides are really just to give you an update of what's going on at the site, and all these were taken from last Friday. So on the left is this looking from the southeast towards the main parking lot, where we had our event, kind of the far end of that picture, if you will. You'll see a couple different piles of material that have been removed. The contractor's been doing an excellent job about piling trash and hauling that out separately from everything else that can be recycled and removed from the site. The picture on the right, looking to the southwest, again, you'll see, it's a little hard to tell, but I have a few other pictures. You'll see where the contractor has actually started removing the slab and the foundations. So exciting progress that's really taking place on the demolition end. On these photos, on the left side, we're looking to the west. That was the main circle driveway and kind of the front of the school, if you can picture it. Again, just to We're working from the west back to the east as far as the foundations and slab removal go. The picture on the right is looking to the south. Again, you'll see some piles of masonry and concrete that are being trucked off the site, and one small pile of trash that we were still working on getting off the site. Last set of photos, left-hand photo is again the far west end side. You'll see what looks like a bunch of sand. That's actually the building material from underneath the slab and the foundations. And again, we're working our way from west to east. And I was able to swing by the site today, and I would say as of earlier today, about a quarter of the slab and foundations have been already removed. So we're making up some time on demolition, and so far no surprises and making great progress. On the right, again, just looking at the slab removal, working from west to east. Next steps. Really what we're doing in next steps as we work our way off the site, there's a few utilities, water and sewer, that will cap off. We've been working with Superior Township and coordinating that work. Final inspections by our building department, again, making sure we get all the concrete and everything out of the ground and prep it for redevelopment. We'll work with our building department and township utility provider on that. Plant the seed and work with the soil erosion department, make sure everything is doing well, and if we have any extreme weather, address that as needed. And then once everything takes seed, we will work on removing soil erosion and wrapping up the project. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Really excited to see how quickly progress has been being made. I often think about how Greg talks about how quickly the Delana Center was built under his leadership. And I also like to think about how quickly we can tear stuff down if we need to. This is a good demonstration of that. So thank you for the quick progress. Anybody have questions? Commissioner Sanders.
Do we have any bricks left?
Yes, we do. I have a list started.
As I mentioned, okay. All right, we can talk offline about that.
There's
All right.
no shortage of bricks out there.
Okay, all right. I just think that, I think that we could consider offering those bricks for sale as part of a fundraising opportunity to cover the cost for families that can't afford membership. But I also think that we have enough people still in the community that might be interested in purchasing a brick as sort of a memory piece for themselves if they're an alum of Cheney or family members. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Light.
Not a question, just a comment. Thank you. Everything is going well. I ride by almost every day, so I just appreciate the work that's being done and the efforts behind it.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Robbie. Well, we gotta let him close it out.
I might steal what you're gonna say, because I was just gonna say how great it is to hear, of course, of all this work that's being done with the demolition, but more specifically with all the contamination. It sounds like that was on that site. Was that what you were gonna say? Yeah.
He can say it again.
You can say it again. We can say it twice.
Yeah.
Just being able to remove that from the community is huge. And so, thank you to our administrator and to you and to all of us for, acting to help make sure that that happened and we got those contaminants from, out of the building, out of the community. I think that's really important.
Yes, thank you. Administrator Dill, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say just that thank you to this board for investing in that community. We have been able to create a site that is ready for redevelopment, remove contaminants from that community, and remove an eyesore. So frankly speaking, while it has certainly some sentimental value for that community, that building was in disrepair and at some point was going to be a safety concern for that community. So I just appreciate working for a board who has leaned into a community that is in sore need of not only recreational development, but the removal of an eyesore from that community, I think is huge. So thank you so much for that investment.
Well, thank you and the team for all your work on it. We're doing what we can to Make Washtenaw County a place where everybody can succeed and has opportunity.
Well, and as Jason walks away, I'll just say again to the board, I've said this on occasion, Jason Fee and his team, they do a remarkable job in our community. And I want to take every opportunity to say how much we appreciate your team and your commitment to this community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. I think, were you going to start us in a round of applause there, Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Next up, we have Jeff from our IT group, and I think he has some exciting news as well. Jeff Rose, take it away.
All right. About a year ago, I stood here when we were about to embark on probably one of the largest projects we've done since I've been with the county, and that was delivering a new website platform for the county. I'm standing here today and pleased to announce that both the internal intranet and the external internet are both up, running, and fully deployed. I want to start by acknowledging Candace Ream. Candace is the one that did all the heavy lifting. I'm up here telling you about it. She's the one that actually did all of the work for sure. To get started here, one of the things that we told you we were going to deliver was a more updated, modern look and feel. The new website has a clean, contemporary design with visually appealing layouts, uses high-quality images, dynamic content blocks, and engaging typography. So we went from a website that looked like it was delivered 20 years ago to something that the county should have and something that we can look at and be proud of for sure. The new site has intuitive menu structure for easy access to key services and information, and its streamlined interfaces really reduces the clutter and improves the readability. The new website has a primary service focus. This is one of my favorite bullets on here. So we've kind of moved away from the departmental focus where individuals coming into the website would at times need to know who provided what service. What we've done is we've got a service orientation that really is geared towards the residents, and it really, really drives them to the services and the information that they need, but we didn't lose the identity of the departments and the elected officials. So I think that was a big win for the team. The thoughtful use of white space and colors in the new design really helps ensure that the content is the focus, or really the star of the page. If you remember the old website, it was full of color, it was full of pictures, and you kind of would almost get lost in a lot of the stuff and clutter that was on the screens. Now, when you take a look at it, it's crisp, it's clean, you can get right to the content. A big benefit with the new site is that users can actually create their own account, set up a dashboard, and set that dashboard up to have the things that they want to come into the website and see. So really, really it's slick, makes the navigation a lot easier. Another key is that the underlying architecture is optimized for seamless use on both desktops, tablets, and smartphones. That's critically important. The majority of the people that access our website access it from a phone. The old site, it was compatible, but it wasn't really user-friendly. The screens load fast, and it's fully touchscreen compatible. So now you can navigate on your phone the way you're supposed to be able to navigate. Another cool thing, our contract with Civic Plus, the vendor, allows us to actually get a facelift every 4 years. And now that's not a technical upgrade, but that's taking into consideration any changes in our environment, any new best practices, and then freshening up the look and feel of our website to make sure we do keep it fresh and clean. The enhanced usability was key. That was extremely important. The new design is intended to provide really a well thought out and flexible navigation path to allow users to get to what they're looking for quickly. And even more importantly, kind of tease them with things that maybe they weren't really going to the website to view, but to kind of create more engagement and give them more opportunities to learn about the services and the things that we provide at the county. Another biggie, the search function in the old website was probably one of the least favorite components for anybody. You would go into the search and you would get a list and you didn't know what was going to be on the top of the list. If you've had an opportunity to look at the site now, it does break it out. It says If you're looking for a specific page, you've got the pages. If you're looking for specific content, it'll direct you to content. And if you are looking for those files that may have been around since 2017, you can still get to them as well. Civic, oh, the other thing that's important too, the website is now ADA compliant, 100%, and that is a mandate. We have to be ADA compliant. We were kind of on the edge with the old website. There are things we need to do internally with the way we create and curate content to keep it ADA compliant, but that's going to be a goal of ours. Civic Optimize is really a set of tools that comes with the platform, provides a standard set of embedded forms, survey capabilities. You can create workflows. You can do much, much more than you could do on the old and outdated platform. Flexibility obviously is key. The new website architecture includes APIs, that's application program interfaces, that integrate with a lot of off-the-shelf tools. Some of the keys that you'll be aware of that we're integrating with the out-of-the-box capabilities is SharePoint, Google Maps, ArcGeo, which is our GIS mapping solution, and there's more, and there's opportunities for us to plug in more capabilities. The Civic Plus is really committed to continuous improvement too. And essentially what they're doing is their core competency is understanding what sites should be and to try to kind of stay ahead of their competitors. And we get to take advantage of that. We're on the new platform now. That's where their research and development is going into. And we will continue to see those benefits now that we're on the upgraded platform. Not being confined to some pre-established templates really gives us the ability to create our own look and feel and create our own branding. That can be a double-edged sword. We've got the freedom to do a lot more things, but we've got to kind of contain that and make sure that we don't create a mess that ends up being more confusing than it's worth. So it's still a big benefit. Citizen engagement, I mean, that's what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to drive engagement. We're trying to bring people into the county. And the website is probably the one place that the majority of the interactions with the county really take place. It would 30-ish% of the interactions take place with people. Probably about 70% of the interactions take place on the website. So the site has got a citizen portal that offers customizable citizen dashboards, again, where they can go in and they can build a dashboard that actually shows them what they want to see. Residents and internal users can determine what notifications they want to receive, and through multimedia, how they want to receive them. Do they want to get notifications through text, emails, or other methods? The new website incorporates video, interactive maps, and infographics for kind of a dynamic storytelling platform. It gives us a lot better ability to get our message out there, and in a way that's compelling and kind of draws people in. Also, every page has new features like hover features that actually create a reaction that kind of help direct and help guide the individuals through the website. And then the use of multimedia, including video, pictures, audio, and interactive maps, it really improves the overall experience of the user and really drives increased engagement. It makes people want to come there, not come there because they have to find information. Security and compliance is obviously important. That's extremely important to us on the IT side. But Civic Plus has partnered with a company called Cloudflare to enhance the security and the performance of the website. It's more secure, it's faster. The new website uses advanced encryption to protect the data in transit and at rest. This ensures compliance with a lot of the data standards that we have to comply with and is extremely important. So we're lean compliant, we're CJIS compliant, we're HIPAA compliant, essentially all of the data management standards that we're mandated to comply with. Again, ADA compliant for accessibility, which is extremely important. Now, individuals with hearing challenges, individuals with sight challenges can have a much, much more positive experience with our website. Cloudflare conducts routine security audits and vulnerability assessments. We do a lot of that internally, but they're doing it on their platform as well. Real-time threat monitoring and automated alerts really protect the site from potential breaches. We've got our tools, but we're on a cloud-based platform, and you can imagine their investment in security is a lot more significant than our investment in security because that's their core competency. Their core competency is delivering software and delivering it safely. Our core competency is taking care of residents of Washtenaw County. So the ability for our ability to really leverage the investment that they made does a lot for us. The new site also restricts user access by role-based authentication, which really prevents any kind of unauthorized data exposure. And the county's website is hosted on a secure government-grade cloud environment that is documented to have 99.9% uptime while providing its own advanced intrusion protection and detection to really fend off cybersecurity challenges. That's it. Any questions?
It's a nice website. I like it. It looks great. Looks better on mobile. I was talking to a constituent some time ago that was complaining about the website, and I said, well, we take a look at it right now. Then I opened it up on my phone. It's like, oh, it didn't look like this before. I'm like, I know.
Yeah. The cool thing is Candace and I went through kind of what are the list of the things that we promised a year ago, and we met each and every one of those objectives and more. So we did deliver.
You have more than delivered. Yeah. Anybody want to talk about the website?
All right. Thanks again for
Yeah,
your time.
Thank you.
So Jeff, before you leave, I just want to say real quick, again, thank you to you and your team. You know, this has been a passion of mine, really making sure that we moved our webpage forward. I think I read that you have 7 seconds to draw someone's attention online before they move away to something else. And as everyone knows in this room, in the space, that our previous iterations of our webpage were cumbersome on an electronic device, whether it was a laptop or a cell phone. I think that is markedly improved, and I want to thank you and your team for that.
Yes, and again, I mean, Candy should get the majority of the accolades here for sure. Working with a lot of individuals across the department. So thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
That concludes my report.
It's a good report, thorough. All right. Well, let's keep on moving on down the line here. All right, we are on to report from the chair of the Board of Commissioners. Since I'm here, I might as well give a report. All right, so a few really interesting things have happened recently. This one I will hope will be of interest to everyone. I had a great meeting with administration and the team that we had contracted with at Poverty Solutions about updating the Opportunity Index. So you know that we had passed a resolution back in 2021 calling on us to have the Opportunity Index updated every 2 years. And Tony was there too, not just administration, sorry. And OCD, administration, OCD, Poverty Solutions, me, we worked through some of the challenges we've been having around getting that updated. So look for another resolution soon. One of the things is that the data sets, it just doesn't make sense to update it every 2 years based on when data is available and the data sets that we use. So look to an updated resolution calling us to update it every 5 years. Which would make sense given American Community Survey and the census. So that's pretty good. Stay tuned. What else we got? That was another one. So Charnessa Williams, shout out to her, and the team at OCED put together a great small business expo here in Washtenaw County. It's an annual event, and part of it includes a panel in the beginning. I was on the panel with Administrator Bill, Tony, giving them a chance to say anything if they want to at some point. I just really wanted to point out that we do a lot of work in Washtenaw County to try to uplift our small businesses. A couple of statistics that I think are useful to know are that 99.9% of businesses in the US are technically small businesses. People tend to think about the big ones, but they actually make up a smaller percentage of the overall businesses that are in our country. And about 45.9% of American workers are employed by small businesses. So regardless of where you are in the country, small businesses are often the lifeblood of the economy. And we want to continue doing all we can in Washtenaw County to support small businesses and to keep them in our county. That was a large part of what we talked about that day. Administrator Dill and I talked briefly about hopefully a proposal that will come before the board eventually is to establish a micro lending program to be able to better support small businesses and keep them here in Washtenaw County. That's a key thing. I mean, even from some of the people that we talked to there was people operating here, but with an idea of going elsewhere eventually. We want to keep them here. We want to keep all of that in our economy and hiring people in Washtenaw County. I don't know if you want to say anything about that, or Tony does, if Tony wants to. No, Tony does not want to. Do you want to, Administrator?
No, well, I don't, but I'll take the opportunity to say thank you to Tony and Shanissa for the event. It was wonderful, very well attended, so I certainly appreciate it.
Very well done. Last thing is several of us were at this event. Was it yesterday? Feels like it's been it was yesterday. All right, it was the Washtenaw CTE Career Technical Education, The Future Moves With Us K-12 Education Summit. It's an essential conversation about the future of career technical education in Washtenaw County. There's a ton of information online about this, but the intermediate school district is moving to expand career technical education in Washtenaw County, which goes beyond, I think most people think it is only the trades, but it is beyond the trades. It includes things like broadcasting and video. Washtenaw County is one of 15 counties in the state that does not have I know people don't want to talk about millages, but a millage specifically for career technical education. So that may be something that the intermediate school district is exploring, but there are a lot of benefits to expanding career technical education in here as we think about the pipeline from K-12 into higher education or other forms of post-secondary education. Yeah, that's good for now. All right, any questions about any of that or thoughts? Commissioner Light.
You didn't say what a wonderful job our administrator did on the panel at the CTE event. He did a wonderful job.
The administrator was on a panel.
Yes.
You want to talk about it?
And he represented us. Listen, he represented, proud to be admitted, Washtenaw County.
I don't know why you guys keep shoving microphone opportunities in front of me, but I will take the opportunity to thank Commissioner LaBarre and Commissioner Light for being in the space. Most of the questions for the panel were directed to the county and how we could create the framework for that work to move forward. So once again, no matter the space, there are huge expectations around the leadership around this dais. Thank you.
Washtenaw County is currently a CTE desert, and that leaves opportunity gaps in pockets of our community, particularly parts of our community where we know we need to invest more. So I hope people will learn a little bit more about CTE and what we might be able to do to change that so we're not a desert. All right. Thus concludes my report. Let's move on. We're finally to some business. There are no special orders of business. Appointments, we have one. Would somebody like to move the appointments? Is there a second? Thank you. Any discussion on the appointments? The appointment, there was only one. Seeing none. Not even you, Commissioner Robbie? All right. Don't make it too easy for me today. All right, Ashley, let's do it.
Commissioner Beaman. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Hahn.
Yes.
Commissioner LaBarre.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman. Yes.
All right, appointment passed. Thank you for your service to Washtenaw County and welcome to the Materials Management Planning Committee. Very exciting stuff there. It's one of Commissioner Machewski's favorites. All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Would anybody like to move the consent agenda for a second? All right, would anybody like to, well, first I'll say there are no spicy communications. It'd be nice to talk about one if there were, but there aren't. Would anybody like to pull any of these for separate consideration? Probably not. No. Okay, anybody want any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing done. No, Commissioner Robbie.
I didn't want to make it too easy for you, so my question's on item B on the road commission report. And I just wanted to, I guess, follow up from our conversation at the working session last time. Do we have an answer from anybody on what the status is for the reports from our local communities that are receiving county money?
Someone is about to answer. I believe Administrator Dill is returning to his seat.
All right.
Thank you for your patience.
Commissioner, we do not have a response. Brady Peck is working through that framework. He just walked into the room. I will certainly ask him to come to the podium if you'd like. We are working on getting an updated report to you all. Likely will be available at the next meeting. But we are actively working with those municipalities that have not responded as of yet.
Brady is at the podium. Brady.
That is what Administrator Dill indicated is accurate. We're working on it. Either earlier today or late yesterday, we received a signed MOU from the Conservation District. So it's an active ongoing process, getting those MOUs.
Brady, if I'm correct, I think we have as many as 3 additional signers since the last board meeting.
I believe that's accurate.
Yeah. We're making good progress.
At some point, I would love for the city of Ann Arbor to come and present on their road projects that they get funded through the county. So obviously we need them to sign the MOU, but.
The city of Ann Arbor has signed an MOU.
Okay, so perhaps we could have a working session similar to the road commission one where they can tell us what projects they're working on with the money that we allocated.
We are happy to make that ask.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Brady. Any other questions about the consent agenda? Thoughts? None. That's a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. All right. Consent agenda passed. Moving right along. I'd look for somebody to move the first reading items. Commissioner Labar.
Chair, under first reading, 1A resolution authorizing the acceptance of the materials management planning grant from from Eagle. Then B, a resolution to approve all formula grants received by OCED for fiscal year starting calendar year 2025. C, a resolution authorizing the signature of the county administrator and the contract for the community health worker integration to improve equity grant from the health department. And that is it for single reading.
Is there a second?
Or forgive me, for
First reading. Thank you. Anybody want to second that? All right. Anybody want to pull any of these for separate consideration? Anybody? A, B, C? Nope. 1, 2, 3. All right. Discussion on any of these? Commissioner Labar, what you got for us?
Hopefully something very quick. Tina, the grants that we are approving tonight, a question has arisen, I think, if for some reason these were not to come through either as payment or the grant funding program were to be eliminated. The question I have is, with the fund balance we have, if for some reason something catastrophic happened there, and we used fund balance to make up part or whole of these projects, if we dip below that 29% threshold that we set by policy, what happens there, and how could that policy be flexible at all for something so large as this collection of grants? I think that policy of 29% on the fund balance is sort of a worst case scenario, but would the loss of something like this allow us to sort of dip below that 29% and not violate our policy?
It's a policy. We are measured by it from year to year. And temporarily, that is the goal, but also the board has the will to change that policy at any time.
Okay, so we wouldn't trigger any external directive on that. It would be our own policy we'd have to contend with.
That would be consideration.
Okay. Great.
That makes sense?
Makes sense. Well said, heard, understood. And Tina, I surprised you with that question, but you handled it deftly, so thank you. That's all I had, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, yeah, she'll get in the queue. Commissioner Sanders is next up. You're in the queue. I got you. I see it. I'm writing it down too. I'm not getting caught in that again. All right. Commissioner Sanders.
Just a question or some further information for the purposes of the public. So the difference between the community services block grant and the community development block grant. Do we have anybody?
I think Ellis is approaching.
Good evening, Commissioners. Community Services Block Grant mostly fills gaps in a lot of our human services related programs. So foster grandparents, senior nutrition, home investment partnerships, services kind of to low income folks, whereas CDBG is primarily development and construction. Components of that would be like our rehab service delivery program, infrastructure. There are allocations to community service agencies, so it funds some of the new human services partnership, but primarily affordable housing development.
Okay, and then the Department of Energy Weatherization and the LEAP, weatherization, and home investment partnerships. So is there overlap?
So
They're broken out, so why are they
yes,
broken out?
they're broken out because they're separate grant programs and have separate rules and requirements. DOE weatherization, LIHEAP weatherization, bill weatherization, those programs work in conjunction. We also have one of our weatherization staff members works with CDBG on the rehab service delivery and doing infrastructure projects at homes that fits within that program. Home investment partnerships doesn't really overlap with weatherization since that's more kind of the external building of affordable housing developments and less of going into existing homeowners' homes.
If I were to ask you if you could provide us with a breakdown of these amounts, how much actually goes to staffing and how much actually goes to the services? You know, I'm not asking you to
Yep.
tell me standing there right now, but
All right.
I would like to know
Absolutely.
what percentage of these grants is going to cover somebody's salary as opposed to actually servicing the residents?
Yep, we can do that. And I mean, I can say off the top of my head, the vast majority of the funds in those programs go to services. The vast majority in weatherization goes to actually completing projects in folks' homes, in meeting the unit targets from the state on that. The vast majority of the CDBG program to more than, you know, it's about 400, a bit over 400,000 for administrative costs. And the rest of that is going towards actual projects or to nonprofits.
So I know I'm not going to phrase this right, but I'm going to try anyway. Would it be possible for you to provide us with a map of the previous funding and where it was spent? So if we had a map of the county, would you be able to identify
So
where money was spent?
I will say that our team can review that question. I off the top of my head, for me, I don't know, and it may depend on the program, but we can certainly review and see what level of data and what information we have to get at that target.
I would appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Somerville.
Were you done?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't hear it clean, like.
I felt the break. It was a clean break.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. My comment is you don't have to stand up anymore. You're not, I just wanted to make a general statement. I think this item like always highlights the incredible amount of funding that we get as pass through. And it's something that I've thought about a lot since November, just like what we're going to be able to do if we lose these resources and who's going to be most impacted. And so I've gotten a lot better at, for my own self, kind of setting my own expectations on what we can do as Washtenaw County government to fill gaps. And I'm gonna start saying it out loud more frequently and in public. We're not gonna be able to fill all of the gaps, and we have to be okay with that because it is not reasonable to assume that a county government can totally make up for loss in federal funding. And so some of the things that I've been thinking about are really like the basics, food, water, and shelter, and how we can continue to serve those areas of our service system in the county if the worst case scenario happens. And so always excited to see this because it highlights the important work and pass through dollars, but it also right now really elevates kind of what could happen if we lose any amount of federal funding and really needing to prioritize the most critical needs that people will have if that does happen. So that is all.
Thank you. Anybody else? No comments about any of the three. ABC, we're good to go. It's a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None? All right. I'd look for somebody to move the final reading, single reading, and approval of claims. Commissioner LeBar, he loves to read.
Love to read. A, under final reading, resolution ratifying the submission of a grant with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. B, a resolution to utilize opioid settlement funds to complete a request for proposal process from Health. And then, Chair, you wanted the single reading to be read in tandem with final reading?
And the approval of claims. Let's
All
get it all done here.
3, single reading. A, resolution appointing Scott Miller as Deputy Water Resources Commissioner. B, resolution honoring former Water Resources Commissioner Evan Pratt, which was previously discussed. C, resolution acknowledging month as National Women's History Month. D, resolution recognizing March 31st, 2025 as Transgender Day of Visibility in Washtenaw County and supporting the displaying of the Transgender Pride flag. E, a resolution proclaimed March 2025 as Social Work Month in Washtenaw County. F, a resolution recognizing March 2025 as National Kidney Month and March 13th as World Kidney Day. G, a resolution to recognize LaFontaine Automotive Group as the Chelsea Chamber of Commerce 2024 Large Business Leadership Award winner. H, a resolution to recognize Crazy Diamond as the Chelsea Chamber of Commerce 2025 Small Business Leadership Award winner. I, a resolution recognize the Purple Rose Theaters, the Chelsea Chamber of Commerce 2025 Nonprofit Business Leadership Award winner. J, a resolution to recognize Sean Persanka, my hope on that pronunciation, as the Chelsea Chamber of Commerce 2024 Citizen of the Year Award winner. K, a resolution recognize Ann and Paul Schlissel as the Chelsea Chamber of Commerce 2025 Lifetime Achievement Award winners. And then item 4A, approval of claims.
Beautiful. Is there a second? Excellent. All right, it's a lot of them here. Does anybody want to pull any of these for separate consideration? Not necessary, but nope, not seeing any. Is that a Commissioner Robbie?
Item 2B.
2B or not to be. Let's find out. Okay. I missed this. All right, anybody else got any? Nope. Well then, let's do all the other ones besides 2B. Anybody have any comments about the rest? Give you a minute there, consult your paper or board portal. Not seeing any comments about the other ones. We'll make it easy then. Ashlyn, roll call time.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
All right, there you go. That's the vast majority of the items passed. Since we've gone through all those resolutions, I just take a moment again to say thank you to all of our social workers here that work for Washtenaw County government and in Washtenaw County. Happy Social Work Month. Especially happy Social Work Month to our social workers in the room and in the building. All right, we will go on to 2B. Let's see if 2B is to be. Commissioner Robbie, what you got about it?
I don't know that I have too much to say beyond what I've already said.
Say
at
it
our
again for us.
Previous meetings, but I guess then I have a couple questions for Amanda, I assume.
That's why she's still here.
I think you all think I'm being unreasonable on this probably, but I just, the total amount of opioid settlement dollars that we are planning to receive at the county is how much? Is this the totality of it?
No, this is what we have received to date.
Do we have like an anticipated amount that we think we may receive?
We're slated to receive, it's in the memo, we're slated to receive a little over $16 million.
And
And this is the proposal for a 3-year period.
When does the remaining money hit our books?
Well, I believe, and I'll defer to Andrew and Tina here, but I believe that depending on the settlement, it comes at different times. But we focused on a 3-year period based on the amount that we've received up to date.
Okay, and what are the parameters that the money can be spent? Are the funding categories that you have listed in the cover memo basically the categories that the settlement outlines?
So there is an Exhibit E, which is related to all of the opioid settlements that outlines how the funds can be used to support opioid remediation. So that is the overall framework that by law, these settlements, the funding related to these opioid settlements have to be used in alignment with Exhibit E. In addition to that, we have done local data review and needs assessment to further define priorities that are specific to Washtenaw County. And so it's kind of a layering of both Exhibit E and then our local needs assessment and data review, all of which was overseen by the Opioid Steering Committee.
Okay, and Exhibit E is something that's in our packet, or that's an Exhibit E from the court?
It is in the various reports that you have received, and I believe it is linked or attached as part of this memo.
Okay. Be helpful to probably see that. I don't see it in the board packet, but at any rate, I don't mean to belabor the point at all. I think this comes down to, I do appreciate what you're proposing and I appreciate the parameters that you're working under. And I think for me, it just comes down to, we're with this vote allocating the vast majority of the money that we have to leave the county. And I think while I may support a portion of it going to help support community organizations that are doing this work, I do think that we have an opportunity to create or fund county services that can provide many of the things that are outlined here that are allowable under this opioid settlement. And so I just don't support the volume of dollars that are being spent and allocated towards the RFP process. I think I support spending this money, of course, on opioid related issues, but the breakdown of how much is being spent outside of the county is of concern to me, which is why I will be opposing this. It's not because I don't support spending money on opioid recovery. That's not at all my issue here. It's the breakdown of the dollars and how much is, the vast majority of it is going to be allocated for this RFP process. And I just don't agree with that.
All right, anybody else? Seeing none, Ashley, let's find out if it's to be or not to be.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Commissioner Light. We're voting now.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Motion passed.
To be. All right. We're reaching the end of our time together. Do we have any items for current or future discussion? Commissioner Robbie.
I feel like it's becoming a tradition for me to say something at these meetings. Thank you. Exhibit E. Yes. Thank you. And delivery. And delivery. It's becoming a tradition for me at these meetings to say a little something about the happenings, current events that I think is relevant. And I just want to say on the recent deportation of, I think it was 2 planes full of immigrants to this country that were that a federal judge tried to block the Trump administration from sending them to El Salvador. I just want to make sure that we are noting, and I want to say in a public forum, how absolutely and completely messed up this is, and how this is the evolution of the fascist dictatorship takeover of our federal government, and the fact that a sitting president can ignore the rule of a federal judge and then call for the impeachment of that federal judge is of absolute concern should be to all of us at this table. The fact that green card holders are being detained in this country, but what is absolutely critical, and the thing that I really want to talk about here, is the absolute scary nature of the fact that these individuals were sent to an internment camp in El Salvador. And I don't know how many of you have actually looked into what this facility is like, but I just want to talk about it. It is basically a mega prison that the fascist government of El Salvador basically built to house people in, it is not like the jails or prisons that we are used to in this country. And I just want to kind of read a few things from NPR really quickly, because I think that this is really important. Basically, there have been human rights violations at this facility, and let me find the section I wanted to talk about here, but it can house 40,000 inmates at a time. Each cell can fit 65 to 70 prisoners. Prisoners do not receive visits. They are never allowed outdoors. The prison does not offer workshops or educational programs to prepare them to return to society after their sentences. Prisoners, the justice minister in El Salvador has stated that those held at this facility will never return to their communities. The prison's dining halls, break rooms, gyms, and board games are all for guards. So if you can imagine being at a facility where you don't get to go outside, you're basic, and again, I want to make sure that the current fascist that's in charge of this country has basically said, I'm deporting these people because they're part of a gang. Well, they have never been to court. They have just been accused of being part of a gang. They've never actually been through our legal process. And as far as America has always been concerned, people are innocent until proven guilty. And so the individuals that were sent on these planes were innocent until proven guilty, and they had not been proven guilty of any kind. They were just sent to an internment camp where they are being held in a facility. They do not get to see daylight. They are in cells with 65 to 70 other people. And if you look at the pictures, when they brought them in, they shaved all their heads. They are in completely white suits. in chains, literal chains. And this is what our country is doing right now. It is sending individuals who have not been tried or convicted of a crime on an airplane to an internment camp where they are not allowed to be outside, where they're being basically, it is being stated they will never leave the facility in their lives. This is absolutely terrifying for our country. I think we should all be very afraid in this moment because this is not okay. This is not normal. This is not okay. This is not the America that I think any of us want. And again, you have probably all already seen this, but he's using this law that is not been invoked for, I think it's only been invoked 3 times in the country's history, the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. It's a very obscure law, and I think it's only been used 3 times in American history, and it's basically the times that it has been used hasn't been good marks on our country's track record. And so what is happening here is absolutely and critically bad, and it is the evolution of what is becoming a dictatorship and a deviation from a democracy. And we just need to keep talking about it in these public forums, pushing back against it in any way that we can. This is not okay, and this is not how our country should ever be operating or acting with, with anybody. So I just wanted to make sure to say that because a lot of these things are things that I learned recently, and I didn't know how many people knew about the treatment of the individuals at this facility. I encourage you to look at the pictures. I encourage you to do research. And I encourage you to remember that while President Trump will say that these are criminals, none of them have been tried. And in this country, you are innocent until you are proven guilty. And there is no proof or backing to any of the things he's saying. He could round anybody up, put them on a plane and send them to El Salvador and say that they did whatever he wants. And it's just that we have a criminal system in our country. We have judges for a reason. And people need to go through their due process. Everybody is owed their due process. And this is a complete breaking of the civil norms of this country. And I think it's absolutely atrocious to watch as we are seeing it unfold live. So thank you, Chair, for being allowed to take a few minutes to talk about this.
Well, I appreciate you raising this at our meetings. And before I go to Commissioner Labar, I just wanted to give you another opportunity to say more because you bring this up and you've been doing, I think, fantastic advocacy in the community with particularly a rally that you led recently that got some coverage. I don't know if you want to say anything about that.
Yeah, thank you. We recently had a rally at the EPA. So first of all, Washtenaw County, this is relevant to all of us. We have massive amounts of federal employees here in our community, and obviously with the cuts that our fascist president and his henchman, Elon Musk, have been implementing these cuts and, basically forcing federal workers from their jobs. This has impacted our community. We have a large VA facility here. We have our EPA facility. We have NOAA facility. We have USGS. We have a lot of federal workers in our community that are hurting right now. And I think at our last meeting, I stated very clearly that, we need to say loud and we need to say it many times over. We stand with our federal workers. We appreciate our federal workers and the work that they do. We appreciate all of our public workers. And on that note, recently, I don't know if how many people saw, but there was the post from Elon Musk recently where he reposted a tweet about how Hitler wasn't responsible for the Holocaust. It was public workers that were responsible for the Holocaust. This is absolutely, I want to swear, but we're at a public meeting. I've been swearing a lot over the last few days because it is absolutely messed up. This is not okay. This is not normal. Hitler absolutely committed genocide. Hitler is absolutely the reason for the Holocaust, and to blame it on public workers, to further your agenda of demonizing public employees is absolutely unacceptable. So we had a rally outside the EPA office in Ann Arbor, great turnout to celebrate our public workers, to let them know that we support them. I encourage all my colleagues to show up to different rallies. The next day we had a rally at, all around town, actually, there were rallies. There was one at the Tesla dealership. There was one downtown Ann Arbor. There were rallies on all the overpasses all across our highway system. in our community. Our community is waking up. They want to get out. They want to protest. They want to push back. And I think we all need to show up for our community too, to let them know that, you know, we're with them and we see them, and we're trying to find solutions at the local level too to help with that. I know Commissioner Labar was at the EPA protest in his district, and we also had our prosecutor there, Prosecutor Savitt, as well as Representative Jen Conlin, and I saw Jason Morgan as well at the Tesla dealership protest. So there's a lot going on right now, and we all just need to plug in and stay involved.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's important that we're having this conversation in 2025. Disgusting. All right, Commissioner Labar, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, Chair. I kind of just as a human being want to validate what Yusuf said here and that he's said it. I personally am struggling with how much do you scream and shout in whatever virtual or literal form you can, and how much do you go about sort of the busy work of each and every day? The best I can come up with is to do a little bit of both. But I would say, you know, if you look at the historical record in any society that fell into dictatorship, in the mundane details of civil society, you'll see that delay and decay and that slide into it. And we are sort of at the forefront in terms of county government being where so much of government services interact with people. So I don't have a good answer to Commissioner Robbie, but I appreciate what he's doing. I share in the desire to sort of almost create some log of the dissent here. But best I can say is we should double down to the extent we possibly can on the areas we can impact, and we should use the full authority of these offices that we are in, small as they may be, to try and spread the warning, spread the word, and encourage people to take the political action necessary to take this country back. It's one of the few times I genuinely miss having Tim Walberg or Joe Thune as either a partial or state or federal representative, because I want to scream at the adults who are in this country in leadership positions who appear to be either condoning this or supporting it actively. So thank you, Yusuf, for the moment here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We got Commissioner Somerville and then Beeman, and we'll get to Robbie at round two.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the connection to something that I think we can do that's tangible to help federal employees who will eventually most likely lose their job. I think that there will be a lot of folks who are either renters or homeowners who could fall into situations where their pathway to homelessness could be super quick or could drag out a couple months, but they might end up in a situation where they can't afford their housing, whether it's homeowner or rental based. And so I think there are lots of ways that we can be strategic to help the most people. And I think one of the biggest ways and the biggest marks that we can make is keeping people housed, especially those who like on paper might be above income thresholds because of past like income levels when you file your taxes. But then if you lose your job and you're not prepared to like lose your job and then not have a job to fill it, there's a lot of scenarios I'm thinking about where people can be in a very bad position, especially federal employees who are younger and maybe don't have dual incomes or family support. So we have a lot of federal employees that work in Washtenaw County. Thanks.
Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you. I just kind of want to piggyback on the theme here because I feel there are a lot of us that have pride in our university here in Ann Arbor, and I just want to highlight that University of Michigan is among 50 colleges that's facing the federal investigations from the current administration, specifically looking at the graduate programs, which is something that's very near and dear to my heart. Just want to lift that up as there's a lot of people around here that love to shout "Go Blue." And it's just very disheartening to see this attack on an institution that supports so many within our community and what this could eventually do to many who work for the university. So that's all I got.
All right, anybody else before I go back to Commissioner Robbie? Commissioner Robbie, round two.
I'll keep this real quick. So if you have not seen, there was a video, just back to my point, and thank you to all my colleagues for mentioning what they did. There was a video released by the Salvadorian government about the facility that they took these folks to. Please watch it. It is something out of a science fiction movie. It's terrifying. And I just want to read the last part of this NPR article, the last 2 sentences. Video released by El Salvador's government Sunday showed men exiting airplanes into an airport tarmac lined with officers in riot gear. The men, who had their hands and ankles shackled, struggled to walk as officers pushed their heads down to have them bend at the waist. The video also showed the men being transported to CCOT, which is the name of the facility, in a large convoy of buses guarded by police and military vehicles and at least 1 helicopter. The men were shown kneeling on the ground as their heads were shaved before they changed into the prison's all-white uniform, knee-length shorts, t-shirt, socks, and rubber clogs, and placed in cells. People that were never tried or convicted for.
Thank you for sharing that. Anybody else? Well, as everyone is uplifted, there's a lot for us to be paying attention to and to support where we can. Very clearly, Washtenaw County supports our public employees. We support the federal employees, and even if you're not, employee of Washtenaw County, we support you. We support our state employees. With breaking news within the last hour that Trump will likely sign an executive order tomorrow to dismantle the Department of Education. So there are many things to constantly be watching, and Washtenaw County will step up where we can and do what we can to support our community. All right, we have no pending items. And before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I want to thank everybody for your patience with me as I remembered how to do this. So anybody want to move to adjourn? There's a second? All right, all in favor? All right, let's get out of here.